Well, after that quick little bit of a break here, it's time to go racing here. Today we welcome you to Kart Chasers coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati as the Perico Energy Drink Countdown to Green winds its way down to zero. Taylor Burris here along with Jackson Lambros as we get set to go racing, as here is your starting lineup for the 206 Masters Pre-Final event. On the pole position is Alan Elwood with Matthew Lyda. Second in row 2 will be Doug Cook and Chris Gorman. Austin Winter and Matt Geist in row 3, with Todd Davis and Mike Doty in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Renee Muller and Brian Decker.
Flipped script from what we saw yesterday in the main event. Lyda just barely able to outgun Alan Elwood. They're on the front row. They're giving shakas to one another. And I think there's some excitement here. We've seen the camaraderie on and off track between everybody in this 206 Master group. And you've got some new names further up. Cook, Gorman, and Winter getting to work their way a little bit further up in the field. This is where you can really hit the ground running in the afternoon and put yourself in a prime spot to stand on the podiums or on the top of the podium for the final. About to get some on-track racing for the first time this Saturday, Taylor.
Absolutely, Jackson. As we get set to go racing here, they'll enter into the tram line, and we don't see our fearless leader, Sean Bailiff, out there letting these guys know, because they know what they're doing with the blue cones. You got to get into the start zone ready to go. Right before the blue cones is when you can start to fire off a little bit, and we'll see these drivers get themselves ready to go racing here. Green flag is out, and we're racing for pre-final action here in your 206 Masters. And already there you see Alan Elwood with a great jump to the bottom of the racetrack as they head off into turn number 2. So far, that will move the driver of Doug Cook up to P2 and move Matthew Lyda back to P3 as they snake their way over towards the hairpin, heading over to the cut through. And so far, Elwood stretches it out to a couple of kart plate lead over the rest of the field, as you see a little bit of a hop of the curb right there from Matthew Lyda.
Good start there from Doug Cook, as here comes Lyda to the inside, and the number 9 has to peek back in line as it immediately becomes a 3-car breakaway. Another peek to the inside there from Lyda, unable to clear as we head through the fishhook for the first time. Cook having all of that advantage on the inside lane, able to bump his way through and get to the inside of Lyda, and he stayed there. Another peek to the inside from the 9 as we'll come across the stripe for the first time. It's 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's Lyda able to snatch that P2 spot into turn number 1 straight back.
Top 3 have broken away from the competition as we keep an eye and watch Doug Cook start to put a little pressure on Mr. Elwood here as they work their way around the circuit, and along with Matthew Lyda right there in hot pursuit. And then we follow this second group led by Matt Geist and company. Also, you throw in Austin Winter as well in the top 5 as they crest up over the hill. There you see that field now just starting to snake their way through. We have 2 groups of 3 in your top 6. Then we have the single lone driver of Davis, then Moeller, Doty, and Decker rounding out the field as they come out through the hook and head their way onto the start-finish line here. And so far, Elwood continues to stretch out that lead just a little bit. We do have an investigation for one driver of Austin Winter for unavoidable contact right now, as already Alan Elwood dropping back to P2 after Matthew Lyda makes the pass complete heading into 1.
And the duel of the fates that we have been so used to in 206 Masters reaches its point. Just further back, the man from Middletown, Ohio, Doug Cook, trying to close that gap and pedal with all his might. He's still just within drafting range, the 8/10 kind of being that magic number. But with these two, Lyda and Elwood, working with one another, they might be breaking away a little bit easier and without any help. But great line there from Cook through the fishhook here on lap number 2, able to close that gap a little bit more and carry that momentum.
Right now, it's going to be a follow suit here as we are in the early stages of this pre-final event. Across the line, Matthew Lyda sets the fastest lap record of the race with a 57.89. No further action required for Austin Winter. We're going to keep racing with him as they come out of turn number 2. Following back to group number 2 with Matt Geist and Gorman leading the charge in that group as they are trying to work together, seeing if they can hunt down your top 3. Right now, their pace is showing they could have a chance right now, but they got a little bit of work to do as they work their way up to the top of the hill.
Chris Gorman gonna need to use a little bit more of that bumper to help push Matt Geist to the point. They're the only 2 that really have a shot right now. And I'll tell you what, Chris Gorman, I don't think wants to waste any time. He wants to lead the 2. And Matt Geist says, not so fast. I'm comfortable with where we're at. Drags a tire there in the dirt. A little bit of a shake of the head from Chris Gorman. Not happy with that move, as that now holds them up big time. Front 3 of the pack starting to dilute just a little bit here at the front. Cook still not able to close that gap, but Matthew Lyda, another race record lap, track record lap in this class of 57.651, just over 2/10 ahead of Alan Elwood.
Yeah, that was a significant run that he's got going on right now, as he's now half a second. It's one of the biggest margins we've seen so far amongst your competitors in 206 Masters this season so far, as we watch this battle for fourth position between Geist, Gorman, and here comes Austin Winter to close in on this group of 2, making a group of 3 as they enter into the hook. Geist doing a great job of just planting the cart right there on the curbing to prevent the drivers behind him from setting up for a pass, as we take a look and see how this all plays out across the line here. Under halfway to go, plus an additional lap. And so far, that gap is starting to stretch out further between Lyda and Elwood. 7/10 as Lyda picks up another 2/10 on his competition.
Rounding turn number 3 here as the middle pack continues to bide their time. Again, not going to see too much aggression at this point in the afternoon. Still a 10-minute and 2-lap final ahead of us. And last thing you want to do is sacrifice man and machine and getting yourself 1 or 2 spots up. So dealing with the cards you're dealt, especially when you're Austin Winter, who's under close eye. Of course, the minute I say that, he goes just a little bit too deep, makes contact with Gorman, and backs it into the outside of the fishhook. And that is more trouble there for the 33 of Austin Winter, who I believe was able to get that 33 going again, Taylor.
He was, but you saw right there how he quickly got on to the brakes there to try to not get to the back bumper of the driver of Chris Gorman, which caused the cart to just lock up, looping around. An unfortunate situation for Austin Winter, who was looking to have a shot of a top 5 finish in your pre-final event. No changes up at the front of the field right now. This is your closest battle you're watching here on Kart Chaser between Geist and Gorman. Gorman just now trying to settle in. We still have quite a bit of racing to go, about maybe 3 laps to go here for your drivers. They are closing in, though, on Doug Cook, though. They have picked up the pace with Cook falling off the edge of the draft from your top 2. This allows the pass here to happen as here to the inside. Gorman, Geist trying to cross him over, can't make it work. New position change for Gorman up into 4th.
Tires chirping, and the 351 of Geist trying to cut through and mount a switchback, kind of launching off of that final corner, but not able to make that move. He is glued to the bumper, though, and is certainly standing by to make that move back. Minimum damage for Austin Winter, only 1 spot lost, and Todd Davis in the 17 will slot in P6. Renee Muller, Mike Doty, and Brian Decker kind of in no man's land, just a little bit further back, but still focused on this battle for P4 between Chris Gorman and Matt Geist. And again, we talk about carrying momentum being so paramount in this class, and Matt Geist did such a fantastic job right here in the fishhook to carry that momentum and just pick that ball right back up despite losing that position, staying within striking range and not even necessarily making a move, but letting the guy in front of you know, hey, I'm still here. I'm still working with you. In a couple laps, I may or may not be fighting against you. White flag in just a couple moments' time here.
Yep, White, this is the penultimate lap, so we will have one more lap here after this as they work their way around the circuit here, and we're keeping an eye on this. They are closing in a little bit more on Doug Cook. It's about 1.6 seconds separating these two drivers from Cook. They are pretty much within striking distance as they continue to work together, and I think we're starting to see Geist realizing that, to back it down a little bit, so knows we got a little bit of time to try and hunt down Doug Cook before this race is over. As they come up over the hill, they're in striking distance. Big time push coming as they barrel down on the third place driver of Doug Cook.
See that Coyote just a little bit further up the road here as the chrome horn of Geist helping push Chris Gorman to the point. And it might be just a little bit too late here to really close that gap, but again, you still got 3/4 of a lap, and you gotta imagine there's a level of aggression here about to be unleashed that we haven't seen. As you can see, another big use of the bumper there from Geist, trying to push Gorman to Cook, if anything, to give them a chance. When is the point when this teamwork between the two goes out the window and Geist says, I'm just gonna go for this position because we're not gonna catch Cook? It'll be the prime spot right here to answer that as we head down at the back straightaway. It'll have to be answered immediately as they head down into the fish hook. Look at how quickly that gap is closing though, with a 50-mile-an-hour top speed. A look to the inside from Gorman to try and take that move from Cook. Not enough. Now Geist with a little bit of a peek uses the bumper but is unable to get there. It'll be status quo from these three as we get to the line, as the checkered flag will come out. Matthew Lyda going to start on the front row for the pre-final alongside Alan Elwood once again. And it is all peaceful in the mid-pack with Cook on the podium. Gorman, Geist, Davis following suit.
New track record once again for Matthew Lyda, 57.649 to wrap up his run here in the 206 Masters Pre-Final. Great drive for him. We're looking to see if he can collect another win here in 206 Masters. Win number 3 he's looking for the season, as we now turn our attention to our next category, the 206 Juniors and 206 Cadets, who are about to head out onto the circuit next here on Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser's coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. And it's time to give you your starting lineup for the 206 Juniors and Cadet category out on circuit for their pre-final. On the front row is Tegan Schneider with Adler Klein in second place. Isaiah Maxey and Leighton Mole in row 2 with Will Wilkie and Drew Schneider, your only cadet driver, in row 3. Homer Heyman and Cooper Mole will be in row number 4. And rounding out your top 10 is Ethan Langley and Ryder Nesbitt. Vince Krzeski and Brent Hutchins round out your 13-cart field.
Leighton Mole going to be wanting to work his way forward just a smidge more than yesterday. We know that there is certainly front row pace, especially in the pre-finals, but this is a prime position for Adler Klein to close that championship gap to Schneider. How about the other Schneider, Drew, in P6, running in the mid-pack during qualifying, getting some help from the bigger juniors, was able to get him in the middle of the pack. Going to be interesting to see how he can hold his own amongst the big kids here in the Junior Cadet Pre-Final. 8 minutes and 1 lap coming up here.
Coming out of the final corner into the tram line, race officials looking over, making sure everything's good. Yep, get out of the race official here, slow it down. Let's have a nice clean start. Don't want to have to go back around for a false start situation. And here they come out of turn number 12 into the tram line. Tegan Schneider looking to collect another victory and sweep the weekend in 206 Jr. Adler Klein also looking for a chance to do so as well as they look through across the line. Leighton Mole in the hunt, and here they come. And around they go for the race. Tegan Schneider leads the charge, heading off into turn number 1 and 2, and already Schneider holds position as he leads them down into turn 3 as to work their way through the 25 machine of Leighton Mole, picking up a couple of spots as one kart goes into the grass, has to gather it back up and will continue on his way, but it's a top 5 breakaway from your 206 juniors.
Great start from Leighton Mole, able to kind of pull the over-under on the start. And how about Will Wilkie once again trying to get back to work after a phenomenal Saturday, trying to match that pace the 84 had on Sunday in that orange suit as we head through the fishhook for the first time. Mole trying to move forward even more, has to look to the outside, cannot get that move done.
Peel now works their way through out of the corner. So far, so good. Your top 5 now just starting to settle in. Still got quite a bit of racing to go, but Tegan Schneider and Maxie Wilkie, Leighton Mole, and Adler Klein. And I have to say the driver who had the issue was Cooper Mole, who went off course. Tough break for him.
Biggest mover at the start of this race is Vince Krasuski. Back in the 85, started in P12 and has gained 4 positions at the start. Further up, Will Wilkie able to gain 2. Isaiah Maxey, who we have not really talked about too much this weekend, has been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity to lead this pack. And while Tegan Schneider has been untouchable, purple lap right now, Taylor, alongside Isaiah Maxey, had a little bit of a look to the inside there. Wilkie goes wide. Mole gonna try this same move into the fishhook. Can he make it stick? Wilkie still on the inside. And with the flipping of the script on the inside, now Klein gonna get an opportunity to snatch P4 from Mole. Not able to get it done yet.
No, not indeed. Not able to get it done right now at the moment as they come across the line here. And so far, a little bit of a breakaway with Maxey and Schneider. How about Isaiah Maxey with a strong performance here this morning in your 206 Junior? Yesterday was kind of just hanging around the top 5 for the most part, top 7. But now here come up, made some adjustments, looking to try to capitalize on a great finishing result here in your pre-finals.
So Wilkie trying to get a little bit of help here. We know that Leighton Mole has that significant pace. He can throw a blanket over these 5 cars. A little bit of a move further back. I believe that is Nesbitt looking to the inside of Ethan Langley. It is, and he's able to get that move done in that TKG machine, with Langley leaving him plenty of room.
So far, so good here, as how about Will Wilkie setting the track record here today so far in your 206 Junior. Temperatures right now in Batavia, Ohio are looking going to be a little bit toasty here later on today in the high 80s. We'll see these drivers work their way around the circuit, hopefully keep themselves nice and cool, but that's going to get the track to be nice and greasy and slick for the competitors out there here today, as they're going to hit the high of 81. So going to be a little bit hot and humid for some of our competitors out there up in the north of Ohio compared to what we're used to out here in the south area. That's a nice day, I'm for sure. But watching on as Tegan Schneider holds on to the race lead, watches and sees who will make the move out of the final couple of corners. I think everyone's just going to stay in lockstep here with still plenty of racing left to go.
Everybody kind of bumpered up here. And again, the minute you see a move, you could potentially see this break into a 3-2 kind of split. So not making moves that are going to cost you positions or get you out of contention. That's why we're seeing such reservation from Adler Klein at the back of this field right now. Any kind of move on Leighton Mole just up the field could potentially put them both out of contention. Will Wilkie having a little bit more of a commitment issue right now. He could make that move, but again, Tegan Schneider is the one in this prime position. Nobody really wants to make a move quite at this point, just because it's going to knock you out of this kind of peloton and minimize your chances of being at the front in the lap that it matters. Single file through the fishhook for the 5th time. And Will Wilkie, we know, has that pace in the 84. He just has not deployed it in open air just yet. Tegan Schneider ducking, putting that helmet to the wheel, trying to maximize that straight line speed and breakaway, but with 4 karts bumper to bumper right behind them, it is not to any effect.
It certainly is not going to work out, but it's working out for Leighton Mole, who just set the new track record here once again. As we watch the field, Wilkie starting to help pull away with a big push coming, but Leighton Mole keeps up on the back bumper of Wilkie as they come through the cut through. Looks to the inside, can't make it work, drops back in position for Leighton Mole as they crest over the top of the hill. No one really ready to make a pass for position just yet. We still got plenty of time, plenty of racing left, and I think it's just going to be a matter of just making sure who can try to help who and pull away from the rest of this group of 5, and then we'll start to see that intensity pick up a notch as we draw closer to the end of the race. One driver is out of the race. Ryder Nesbitt takes it behind the wall. Here we go, past the race lead, down into turn 1.
Here comes Maxi with a peak. We'll get a little bit of help on the bumper from Wilkie, but Schneider able to roll that speed on the outside of turn number 1 and somehow hold that. There's minimum sacrifice there, actually, as we still have 4 over the blanket right now. Klein just a little bit further behind in the 33, and you can see how much the field bunched up there. And I think the way, if you're going to make that move, Taylor, you got to do it in the lower speed sections like that. The minute you work your way into the outer loop or try making that move here, especially at the fishhook, you've got to do it before there's a big straightaway coming up. This is why we're seeing Will Wilkie with a peek up the inside of Maxi and immediately slots back in. He'll now try and challenge Tegan Schneider for the lead from that runner-up spot.
Beautiful pass right there, and now he'll look to the inside. Everyone's going to follow and leave Tegan Schneider all by his lonesome. Pass for the race lead. Will Wilkie takes it over, and also Maxi's going to push Schneider up the track to keep him from getting into second. With these 4 battling it out, that allows Will Wilkie to pull away from the competition. Maxi drops back into second, while Schneider in 3. Mole is now having to deal with driver of Adler Klein as they battle for the 4th spot, and now they're having to regroup, reorganize as Mole tries to look to the inside to get around the driver of Tegan Schneider. Not going to work this time.
So cool to see that immediate dive to the inside and everybody going with it to take the lead, as another position lost for Tegan Schneider. Will try and get it back on the inside of Mole. Bumper to bumper, side pod to side pod. And these are those expensive moves. Schneider with another move to the inside. You can see the frustration from Mole. You can see now how Wilkie is starting to break away with Isaiah Maxi on the inside with pushing help from Klein. Goes Mole, and Schneider in just 1 lap is going to go from being to the front of this field to P5, Taylor.
Yeah, it's certainly going to now change it out a little bit in the favor of your top 2 of Wilkie and Maxi. With these 3 battling it out, that allows a little bit of separation. So Mole and company have to now settle down, regroup, reset, and try to make a push here. But Tegan Schneider's starting to fall off the pace right here. Seems like that kart's struggling a little bit in dirty air and trying to hold on to his positioning here as he's losing pace. Meanwhile, Wilkie and Maxi are pulling away. But how about Adler Klein? Looks to the inside of Leighton Mole. He'll take over the 3rd spot. A little bit of a touch of the bumper right there as Tegan Schneider goes back on the attack, takes that 4th spot away from Mole.
You can see how quickly that momentum was lost as here comes Maxi to the inside, nearly in the grass. As we'll do it one more time. Gloves are starting to come off here in the Junior Cadet Pre-Final. It's a 2-kart race. Camaraderie thrown out the window just a little bit further behind. And boy, it is a whole new ball game as we go into Sunday, as it could potentially be a brand new front row compared to yesterday. Wilkie still leading Maxi. Is there going to be any cooperation further back to see what Klein, Schneider, and Mole can do? Are we going to see a move from Maxi? Does he think he's just far enough ahead here to make this move? Wilkie goes middle to defend. So too does Klein, just a little bit further back. Wilkie still going down low to defend into the fish hook, but Maxi tries to go low to dive, can't get it done. Through the point of the fish hook for the final time. Wilkie just barely able to carry that momentum. Here comes Mole further back, trying the inside of Schneider. Checkered flag coming out. Will Wilkie gonna start on the front? Maybe not. Here comes Maxi to the line. Absolute drag race. Who's got more ponies? Maxi at the buzzer. Mole able to do the same for Schneider. And that is a phenomenal teaser to the absolute cinema we're gonna see in this 206 final. The exact same further back with Langley and Schneider. Oh, baby. And another one with Vince Krasuski and Cooper Mole going side by side to the line. We've had like 3 photo finishes in the past 5 seconds, Taylor.
Yes, certainly, but one thing to keep in mind with Will Wilkie, he is now under investigation for that block coming to the white flag last time by. So we'll see if that will change as far as if there's going to be any penalties given out. We'll keep you up to date with that regards here momentarily. But it's now time for the 206 pre-final event for the senior category as they get ready to go out on the track in the next few minutes. We're going to step aside, thank our partners here at Kart Chaser, and when we come back, 206 Seniors pre-final event next here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Reminder that you can follow us on Instagram at kart.chaser and not miss out on any action, whether it's national, regional, or club. You can also follow us on KC Grassroots so you cannot miss any of your regional stuff, whether it's here at MCC, Route 66 Sprint Series, which we have full coverage of from Dousman, and WKA, TSRS, and others. For your cadet, juniors, and Swift classes, that's at KC Kids. It was James Overbeck who was looking to come into the 206 Seniors yesterday as a gauntlet driver, but the hometown hero was not able to fend off from the club champ Addison Ianello. She'll start alongside James Overbeck once again here, alongside Brandon Haber, Gavin Degenhart in P3, with Garrett Hagerman in 5th alongside Wyatt Deegan, with Helton and Specht rounding out your fields.
Field getting set to ready to go racing in your 206 Senior category as they work their way through. Missing, it looks like a couple of karts out on the track here. And as they work their way through into the start zone, a little bit of slowing down. Officials see that it's getting a little too up to pace here as they come out of the final corner. It's time to go racing for your pre-final in the 206 Senior category. And it's going to be Iannello looking to sweep the weekend here in 206 Senior. What did she learn from James Overbeck to help her get with a shot of winning here again? We're going to find out as they come across into the tram line. Green flag is out, and away we go down into turn number 1, and already Iannello ekes out with the race lead for the moment. Heber on the outside looking to try to cross over. We'll go 3 wide as they come out of turn number 2. Heber drops all the way back to dead last in positioning. This allows Degenhart and Hagerman to move up into position. Wyatt Deegan in the Tony Kart moves up to P3 with a beautiful pass.
One corner can immediately put you on a wrong foot for the weekend, as now Haber has to see what he can do from the back of the field. Has already made one up here, looking to the inside, trying to clear Specht and Helton. And now it'll be Degenhart trying to challenge that lead from Addison Iannello. 4-pack through the fishhook for the first time. Feels like the only heat of the day where we see just 1 or 2 of those Trinity Burrell ARTs. As it will be Addison Iannello taking him to the line for the first time. Degenhart right behind. Deegan and Helton rounding out your top 4 in this pack. And boy, gotta be major frustration here for Braden Haber, who looked to have so much pace. Prime opportunity to see him lead for the first time this weekend. And just one driver in the middle got a little bit too eager at the start, tried to make it 3 wide, and pushed him off into the dirt.
Yeah, a tough break right here as they work their way around the circuit and keeping an eye on this group of 4 as they crest over the hill. Brandon Helton, your winner from the season opener, trying to see if he can move up the running order here and find his 2nd win of the season as we watch the battle here with 2nd place. Iannello starting to pull away here through the race.
Coyote of Iannello over the TKG Burrell kart of Gavin Degenhart. He opened with the fastest lap. Pace goes back to Iannello out in front. As you can see her kind of start to break away from the 3. But Brandon Haber does have something to bring to the table with a purple lap that time by a 57.601. Just a smidge faster than Iannello, but he's going to need a lot of help from further back to try and close that gap. You can see him just there on the right of your screen there, a little bit on an archipelago. But still with 5.5 minutes to go, is certainly able to close that gap. 0.8, that magic number to try and get into drafting range. And with how close these 3, Degenhart, Deegan, and Helton are, I feel like already Haber is starting to work his way back into the mix. You might be able to say the same for Hagerman in that number 91 kart just a little bit further back in 6th. Oh yeah, Haber right there.
Haber really trying to get his pressure back going as he does set the fastest lap of the race here, and he's got quite a bit of work to do, but does have plenty of time to try to close the gap as he is all over the back bumper of Brandon Helton as they head into the corner and trying to close that gap. How about the 995 of Wyatt Deegan trying to work his way closer to Degenhart as he tries to get a help from the Tony Kart and heading up the hill. So far, we're going to see this action start to ramp up just a little bit, but here we go. Pass for the position, down to the inside. Helton looks through, can't quite get the opening he needs. He'll drop back in line, opens the door for Braden Haber to take over the 4th position.
Right back into the mix goes the 8 of Braden Haber, and will try to work his way into the mix. That was some expensive moves, though, from Deegan and Helton, as you can already see that gap. Haber trying to waste no time with another peek to the inside. It's not enough momentum to get to the bumper of the 95 of Deegan. But man, how about this pace for Addison Iannello? Has been slowly chipping away at the lead and has not seen any pressure further back Haber still trying to make a move here as we work our way through the inner loop. We've seen a couple guys try to do a sneak move on the inside there at turn number 5. Unable to get it done that time by right on the bumper.
Great passing here amongst our competitors. Here comes Heber for another attempt down to the inside. Can he make it stick? The answer is going to be yes. He moves up into P3 to start trying to make a charge for Addison Ianello in the closing minutes here today. Got plenty of time as he now works his way up to the back bumper of Gavin Degenhart. He's going to get a nice toe from the draft of Degenhart in that Burrell art as he looks down to the bottom of the racetrack, try to see what he can set himself up for. Gap is about 4 kart lengths between himself as they head into 2.
Eber able to make quick work of the 2 behind him and work his way back on to the podium spot. So now gets a radar lock on Gavin Degenhart. And I think this is maybe where we'll see a little bit less aggression. Maybe we see some pushing from Haber. Going to be interesting to see what the strat is. He's going to need help to close that gap as we see Helton make a move on the inside of Deegan. Into the long sweeping left-hander. Here comes Haber on the inside of Degenhart. Done deal. And in the blink of an eye gets himself back in to that runner-up position. What a recovery drive from Braden Heber.
Heber doing an incredible drive here after that small mistake on the opening lap here is now making the charge and is closing in with a little bit faster than your race leader of Addison Ianello. With 2 minutes plus a lap to go, he has definitely got some pace. With help from Degenhart, they're going to start closing that gap significantly here. The gap is 1.6 seconds. Let's see what happens here after this lap as they make the run through the cut through over in turn number 5. And already you start to see those RPMs starting to wind up further and further as they're now closing in on Addison Ianello and the Coyote.
And you got to imagine, Taylor, this is kind of a victory as well for Degenhart. You look at yesterday and it felt like all day he was trapped in the doghouse from 3rd, 4th, and 5th, kind of battling with Helton and Deegan. And now he gets to study the line, study the throttle and brake points of the 8 right in front and help push him and challenge for the lead. Don't count out Brandon Helton just a little bit further behind. He's certainly still in drafting range. But now the question is, what's the move for Degenhart? Is he going to try and strike back, or is he going to continue to help? We're seeing him use the bumper right now to try and push that number 8 machine to the front, but that gap has not really shortened in the past couple of laps, and we're running out of time in this pre-final.
Certainly are running out, and they have a lot of work to do here as they try to set themselves up for the final few laps left to go. We're looking at about 2 laps to go here for your drivers as they crest over the hill. And how about Brandon Helton also closing back in on this fight? He's looking to try to get on the podium in this pre-final event.
So now Helton absolutely in this mix as well. And with the white flag coming up, this is going to actually help, I think, with the draft effect, as these 3 are going to have an increased straight line. That gap actually gaining last time by, with fastest lap, new track record going to Brandon Helton of 56.737. So Helton making the most of those 2 cars in front, giving him that slipstream. But I don't think it's going to be enough. We'll have to wait and see. With an impressive gap being built right now from Ianello. So rarely do we see one car kind of break away with how quickly cars can get dragged back into the mix with the draft. Has not been the case for the 46 here in this pre-final. A huge shot across the bow for the remainder of this field. 2 laps to go.
Still quite a bit of opportunities left for our drivers as we see Brandon Helton setting a new track record here today as they come across the line to take the white flag one more time around. The gap is at 2 seconds as we watch a pass for position here between Deegan and Hagerman. But back up at the front of the field right now, Braden Heber goes on the defensive, realizing he might have to just be patient and try to set something up in the finals and hopefully not make a mistake to where he runs out of time like he is right now.
No more friends in second, third, and fourth. And the prime opportunity is going to come down this back straightaway. The run from turn 7 to turn 8. A little bit of a breakaway now for Haber. This is going to give Helton a prime opportunity to strike on Degenhart. A little bit of a peek to the inside. Chooses not to make that move just yet as we work through the fishhook in the run to the checkered flag. No dives just yet, but we're running out of opportunities. Checkered flag is coming out. Addison Iannello is going to pick up right where she left off and continue that dominance on pole for the 206 Senior Final. Side by side further back, Helton and Deegan. Who's got more ponies? Helton just barely able to round up, or excuse me, Gavin Degenhart barely able to fend off from Brandon Helton. He'll start on the inside of row number 2, and what we've seen has been so important.
So critical to see how this all plays out here amongst our competitors as Addison Iannello looks to try to sweep the weekend in your 206 senior category, as we now have a few minutes before we get set for our junior shifters out on the track. We got to wait for them for a few minutes, but we'll go set with racing here momentarily in your junior shifter pre-final next on Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Paulie Massimino wins the
Starting grid for your junior shifter pre-final, it will be Eli Furnish alongside Leighton Mole, Nico Katowski, and Ethan Langley making your field of 2. Leighton Mole has had a lot of learning this weekend in that rainbow helmet. Gonna try and continue that learning at the sharp end of the field, but you got to imagine it's another battle brewing between himself and Katowski.
Great to see how this will all play out here amongst our competitors as the field comes across the start-finish line here, and we're going to get one more warm-up lap, make sure everything's good to go as we have all 4 karts now set to go in junior shifters for this category as they crest over the hill, and a little bit of a slowdown. It looks like we are going to get a rolling start here.
Guys got to practice their standing starts just a little bit earlier, but we're going to stick with what they're comfortable with. As 2 new drivers enter the fray this weekend, just further behind Ethan Langley and Eli Furnish. As we may have to do one more warm-up lap.
Nope, we're going standing start.
Very interesting. John Bailiff ready to round up this quattro of drivers. And for the first time, our junior shifters are going to do it from a standstill.
Everything looks all clear. We wait for the lights here. As the lights go on, it's time for shifter racing action with the juniors. Lights are away, and we go for the start of the race. A little bit of a stall right there for Langley and Katowski, but Eli Furnish will battle it out with Leighton Mole with the early lead as they come down out of turn number 2, heading into turn 3, nose to tail as we see Furnish try to show the nose to the inside, makes the pass complete, moving up to the race lead. Mole tries to counteract that, can't quite make it work. Crossover, looks to the inside like he's been doing all weekend long, can't find the opening as Eli Furnish leads the charge up the hill.
Looked like a little bit of a bog start further back for Nico Katowski. We know he's got pace, and with how quickly these two have immediately thrown wheels at one another, the 92 is going to immediately be back in this mix. But Furnish, starting from the outside of row number 1, will be the first to the line to conclude lap number 1. Ethan Langley just further back in that 9 machine, working his way into the mix as well.
Nose to tail here as they work their way around the circuit. So far, everything seems to be in the favor of Eli Furnish as he leads the charge. But Ethan Langley currently trying to set the pace here. He's closing back in on your top 2 as they crest over the hill here. And so far, we're going to see if Leighton Mole can try to find his way back up to the front of the field here. But how about the hard charge of Ethan Langley?
Big jump from him as he spent a majority of this year and last year running in the 206s, and you're literally jumping up from nearly 10 times the power of what's on tap there with those 4-stroke motors. But he is taking it in massive strides. Here he is with a major push to Mole. Another purple lap for Eli Furnish, a 56.56. And we've seen some pace further back here with the 9 of Langley has not been able to clear Leighton Mole just yet. Nico Katowski, you can see him just to the right of your picture there, working his way into this 3-kart battle as well.
Field now works their way up through the corners here into the fishhook once again, and so far, Ethan Langley really putting the pressure on the back bumper of Leighton Mole. You hear the tires just squealing as they try to find that needed grip off corner exit. And here comes Langley with a big head of steam as they head down the front straightaway. 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go as they cross the line here. And so far, new track record for Eli Furnish with a 50.093.
Nearly a half a second up from the rest of the pack already. Almost a 2-second gap between Furnish and Mole, as he's busy starting to fend off now from Ethan Langley as the number 9 kart starts to look for a way through.
Starting to see how this will all play out amongst our competitors here, because now it's starting to taper off a little bit. You're starting to see these drivers get into a rhythm for our competitors. Still a lot of racing left to go as Mole gets a little bit of an advantage over Ethan Langley for the time being. Katowski's kind of starting to fall back off the pace a little bit. Could be something we could see a change in when we go for finals later on today, but still quite a bit of racing left to go as Eli Furnish continues to stretch out the race lead here today, and really dominating effort in this pre-final.
Starting to get closer further back. Nico Katowski right on the bumper of Langley. It's a breakaway right now for Furnish, but it's starting to tighten up here from 2nd back to 4th. Again, I don't think there was necessarily any doubts there for Nico Katowski. Again, had some really good pace yesterday. Your final winner in this class, but is starting to learn the advantages of the standing start. Launches himself to the inside of Langley and snatches that P3 position from him.
Great drive right here from him as he will try to get that spot, but it's not going to work just yet. still got quite a bit of work to do as they come up through the field. And so far, that 92 machine of Nico Katowski is putting on a stellar drive as he tries to get himself back around Leighton Mole for the second spot. As they come out of the final corner here, 3 minutes plus a lap to go, and Katowski has found the rhythm and looking to try to find his way back up to the front.
Tell you what, Leighton Mole did the same personal best lap for the 25 just that time by a 50.517, very close to the pace of Eli Furnish. We see the lap-by-lap pace vary so much. Seemingly Kart's at the front run out of juice and some other guys in the mid-pack figure it out. So do not be surprised if this gap suddenly starts to close at the sharp end of this field.
Starting to close up here between your second place. That big time send by Katowski. He'll find the opening by climbing over the curbing. Backs off though a little bit because he loses a little bit of time, has to gather it back up. But an incredible send to the inside to try and find his way around Leighton Mole. And now it's a 3-horse race for second.
And that move costed them a second. That gap between the front went from 2.5 to 3.5. It's definitely a gutsy move from Katowski, but it's costed this entire 3-pack an opportunity of closing the gap. But Katowski remains persistent and will now lead this 3-pack with a handful to go. Maybe not done yet. Here comes Mole with the swing back on the inside of turn number 5. And coming out of 6 and 7, he'll be back to the point. A little bit of a peek from Langley as we head back into the fishhook, but he is not within striking distance. This is where we saw the move earlier on from Katowski. Are we going to see a carbon copy of that move? Mole defends to the inside to make sure that doesn't happen.
Mole trying everything he can here as he tries to hold off the hard charge of Katowski and Langley, but he is running out of time as he tries to do so because Katowski is putting on an incredible drive here in the late stages of the race.
Furnish able to once again build that gap, and with all this battling, that 4-cart 1.2 seconds quicker that time by compared to this 3-cart doghouse. Down the back straightaway, another great opportunity for Katowski to make this move stick. And we are so used to these carts battling. Mole goes wide. Katowski with a lunge inside the point of the fishhook and is able to get back to the lead, but there's contact. Katowski out into the dirt. There might be problems for the 92 as he is rolling. I think has now gotten back under power and using a little bit of the bumper there. Mole able to get back into second.
We'll see if Katowski takes it behind the pit wall right here, which I think he does. So a tough break there for Nico Katowski in that race because he was having such a stellar drive right there. Unfortunate for the situation to happen, but we'll keep an eye to see if Leighton Mole can find anything to catch up to Eli Furnish. Langley also on a little bit of a run to try to make up for second place.
Langley learning a lot from watching these two battle, and you gotta imagine maybe there's a little bit of a fear now to strike on Langley, watching how aggressive those two red-colored carts were going over each other. But Mole continuing to check the mirrors. He has one more lap to defend third from Langley. But Furnish, the Oxford, Ohio kid, continuing to stack on pace, stack on a gap to the other two on track. A 5.5 second gap now to Mole and Langley.
Great little fight we have right here amongst our competitors as they crest over the top of the hill, and Langley doing everything that he can to try to close the gap here with the final checkered flag in hand as they come out of the final corner. Eli Furnish takes it to the house here in pre-final junior shifter competition. Excitement. He feels like he's got what it takes to take home the win here today.
Katowski going to try and surmount it from fourth and do that comeback drive once again. Leighton Mole, though, able to fend off from the newcomer Ethan Langley and roll off on the outside of row number 2. These are your pro shifters. We'll see them in action in just a couple moments' time. A couple of them are probably using the brand new Micron 6, which you can get if you scan the QR code bottom right of your screen with thanks to shopakr.com, proud sponsor of Kart Chaser coverage. Back in a moment after these messages.
Well, it's time for your Pro Shifter starting lineup, and it goes as follows. Gavin Bailiff on the front row with Chase Gilhart in second place. Ben Lyda and Fred Robertson in row 2 with Doug Duff and Jeff Carroll in your 6 Kart Shifter category as they make their way out onto the track. This showing Safa Haddock right there on the pre-final standing, but that is not Safa Haddock right there on the track. That is Gavin Bailiff behind the wheel of the 91 Shifter Kart, as we'll get set for another standing start action here today.
One more warm-up lap for the Pro Shifters. And no Safa today, with Jeff Carroll entering the mix. Doug Duff trying to do what he can to maintain that championship lead. Again, just taking a look at your standings, it's Doug Duff, your top points runner this weekend, who's actually taken the lead over Nikolai Dukov. Safa Haddock getting a comfortable bit of points yesterday, but again, unable to make it out. Jeff Carroll now with an opportunity to work his way into the mix in the 552. He's been on the podium a handful of times this year, but has a little bit of work to get to the front once again, starting in last.
Into the start zone we will go for the next 8 minutes. There you see Sean Bailiff looking over, getting everyone lined up to go racing here today, as we get set to turn them loose here in Pro Shifter.
Here we go. Bailiff on the inside, all clear from the marshal behind. Lights go on. Pro Shifter Pre-Final is a go. Great start from Bailiff on the inside, and Gavin at his home track is going to lead Chase Gilhart with little drama. Further back, blue car to Fred Robertson fends off Duff, Lyda, and Carroll for third.
Great jump on the field right now, and how about we see how this all plays out as Gavin Bailiff continues to see the lead here once again as we watch the battle for fourth between Doug Duff and Ben Lyda a little further back. They crest over the hill for the first time. Gavin Bailiff looks over the shoulder as here comes the pass here, setting up for Ben Lyda right behind Doug Duff, as he tries to see if he can work his way further for a second podium here today in Pro Shifter.
Quick move there from Duff as he vents off from Lyda and tries to get to the tail of Robertson. But it is status quo of the start. Rough start there for Ben in the 991. Had it a little bit bogged down and lost 2 positions. Fred Robertson, the big mover as a result. As you can see, this 3-car battle now. Robertson, Duff, and Lyda all battling for that bottom spot on the podium. Chase Gilhart going to try and close that gap to Gavin Bailiff out in front, not able to do so just yet.
So far, so good as Lyda tries to close the gap here, but we have a great fight for third position as Fred Robertson tries to hold off the hard charge of Doug Duff and Lyda as they come out of the final corner. Big push coming as they bang through the gears, up through the front straightaway, heading into turn number 1. Right there, you see Doug Duff is trying everything he can in the 0-0, but Lyda putting the pressure on as they come out of turn number 2, makes the charge, not close enough. He'll look to the outside as Doug hits the grass, loses a little bit of control, but gathers it back up.
So that'll move him to the back of this 3-pack, definitely still within striking distance if he's able to get it up to full pace quickly. A little bit of a bog there for Robertson coming out of turn number 7. That'll allow Lyda to close this gap. Here he is, right on the bumper into the fishhook. Are we going to see a move? He's made it stick a couple of times before through here. Not just yet. Goes a little bit wide, drags it out into the dirt, struggles to get back on track, and Duff gonna try and cruise right on through, back to the line, gets that move back.
The track can give it, then the track can take it away, your position here, as we're seeing that happening here, as Doug Duff now starts to put the power down and tries to see if he can pull away from Ben Lyda. Meanwhile, Fred Robertson, well, he stretched out his lead over these two competitors by about 4 to 5 kart lengths as they come out of turn number 5, and Lyda trying to see what he can do, as he's still in the learning phases of this shifter kart. A lot of things different compared to a KA or a 206 that we're so used to seeing him driving around here. Bangs on the gears down to shifting into the hook. As they work their way through, he'll try to poke and try to find the opening he needs to send it in on the inside of Doug Duff.
Also maintenance-wise, right? Because there's so much more moving parts in a shifter kart compared to a fixie, and that's another thing you've got to worry about, wear and tear, and something to fine-tune. Make sure you've got mastered out. So you've got a handful of different ratios to worry about. And you got to give a major hats off to so many of these guys, which are just operating out of their own tent or own trailer this weekend. But it's so hard to get these things dialed in if you don't have a mechanic or a team fully able to back you. Duff to the outside, a little bit of a peek there from Lyda, but gets back in line into the fishhook. Robertson able to break away in third, but this battle for fourth will continue. Tried the late apex there, did Lyda. Duff saw that and kind of did the same, going through the very end of the fishhook, and now launches, putting a 3-4 kart gap to Lyda across the stripe.
Great little fight as they work their way up through the field and bang through the gears here as they come out of turn 2, heading into the hairpin here of turn 3 and 4. So far, Doug Duff doing exactly what he needs to do, parking that kart where he needs to, and incredible because he's really running one of the older shifter karts that we see out here with the old CRG, I believe, by the looks of the sticker package. Yeah, it's an older model CRG, which is incredible to see compared to what we see some of these newer shifter karts that are out here running and still competitive with Doug Duff out there on the circuit.
Had a really great conversation with Kyle Cuthbertson talking about how chassis age year by year as Lyda gives another peek to the inside of Duff. But again, was able to test at Norway a brand new chassis, like a couple weeks old in America, and in a career where he's so used to driving, you know, hand-me-downs, older rental karts, it felt like such a difference with just how stiff, how little flex the chassis had. That's great if that's something you prefer setup-wise, as Lyda takes another peek. But again, that's another thing you need to factor in. It's not necessarily a negative, but it's something you've got to account for as the metal in the frame ages and is just a little bit more prone to flexing as the years go by.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things we have to deal with karts, because, you know, not always you can go out there and get the latest and greatest, and that's what we see a lot in these club and regional events. Some drivers will go out there with the older models and still put on a great drive with these karts out here. As we're watching the battle between Ben Lyda, he was thinking about looking to the inside, shows the nose, pushes Doug Duff, but Duff just gets a better run off corner exit with that momentum on his side, as he will hold off the hard-charging rookie of Ben Lyda.
Lyda with another look to the inside and thought smarter of it. He knows how costly that move was, and watch that gap from Robertson skyrocket just a little bit more. And now with that teamwork, that gap has slowly started to close once again. Man, what a great exit there from Duff. Look at how quickly that gap is gained. There might be an issue for Lyda.
Field now works their way around the circuit here as we keep an eye on the competition. So far, the drivers are now continuing to do so as we watch the number 93 of Fred Robertson moving his way up through the field. And as we watch to see if he can pick up the pace so far, he's pretty much just going to be comfortably sitting in third position as Gavin Bailiff is about to just put Jeff Carroll a lap down and continuing to set pace after pace, fastest lap. An incredible drive for him as we go through the field, and give a round of applause to a couple of the other drivers competing in Pro Shifter.
Loving the colored hoses there on the back of Robertson's car. I feel like that's not something you really see. But he's done a phenomenal job so far fending off from Duff and Lyda. But the minute those two have stopped fighting and put their head down, that gap has slowly but surely closed. And now Lyda going to take another peek to the inside of Duff. Still not able to get that move done. We've seen that peek to the inside about 4 laps in a row now, I feel like, Taylor. And it has not been able to work. Duff going to the inside to defend. Lyda trying to carry that momentum on the outside. It is not working with the white flag coming out next time by.
Certainly is seemed the case as Doug Duff is doing everything he can. He gets a good run off turn number 2 as he tries to see if he can close that gap and have a shot of a podium finish here in your pre-finals. That gives him a better starting chance to see what he can do. Big time slide and bobble right there from Fred Robertson. You saw him having to work his hands in one of the most physically demanding karts in all of motorsports as they climb up the hill. That kart seems to be bobbling a little too much as Doug Duff and Ben Lyda have caught the back bumper of Fred Robertson here.
Lyda now trying the wide arc to the inside and launch himself out of the point of the hook, but still not able to get there. You see that gap every single time spread between Lyda and Duff coming out of the final corner. I think that's why we're seeing such urgency from Lyda on this final lap. Wants to get to that bumper of Duff as quickly as possible and get that move done quickly to not really give him another shot. Checkered flag coming out here, and it will be Bailiff out in front in just a couple corners time. 10 seconds between himself and Chase Gilhart as Gilhart just now comes to the line. And now the battle for row 2 is on as we head into the fishhook. No pressure further back here from Duff. Robertson able to fend them all off. It's been close, but Robertson gonna be able to sneak away with that P3 finish. Duff comes home in 4th, Lyda in 5th, and Carroll will be P6.
Good little fight right there with your top 3 on the final step of the podium. It's going to be fun to watch those 3 go at it in the finals today. Next on the docket, it's time for KA Racing with the KA Masters next here on Kart Chaser.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
KA Masters now out on the track as they get themselves ready to go racing for the next 8 minutes plus an additional lap here. As here's your starting lineup as they work their way through the field, and it's no surprise, it's the Kutcher brothers up at the front of the field as they lead us to the green flag, followed by, of course, looking through, I did not see David here with us in this qualifying effort. So Damian Jennings, Greg Leahy, Neil Hamilton and company. Then also Stephen Armstrong also in the fight. We'll double check and wait to see what happens when they cross the line, but I don't think I did not see Galonia here with us today.
Should be Jennings in P3 as we get ready to take the green here to the cones. KA100 Master Pre-Final is underway. Watch Jennings in the blue there. Or excuse me, in the green, trying the inside to fend off from Meyer. But already the two Kusher brothers are off and away. As it looks to be Andy there in the 296 ahead of Chris. And Jennings or Meyer close that gap with 8 minutes and 1 lap.
Cresting over the hill right now is Andy and Chris as they lead the charge. Jennings and Meyer trying to see if they can take the fight to the two Kutcher brothers, but it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of effort here as they come through the fishhook. Out of the final corner they will go, and Andy Kutcher will lead that charge across the start-finish line here, and watch on as we see Damian Jennings with a big run coming into turn number 1.
Hasn't been able to close that gap to first and second all weekend long. Is this the heat? Is this the pre-final where that maybe changes? 53.348, the opening lap there from Andy. 1.2 seconds up, or excuse me, 0.8 seconds up there from Dame as he continues to hold off Wesley Meyer. There they are just coming over the crest. That's kind of evolving into a whole freight train further back from third all the way back to 8th. So still very, very tightly compact here as we work through the newly paved, newly built fishhook, only about a year and a half old. But there is no pressure out in front quite yet.
No pressure whatsoever for your two Kutcher brothers. Jennings and Meyer, they're going to try to work together. In fact, Jennings has pulled away from Wesley Myers as Ethan Bocchino and company. Warning flag given out for a tramline violation to Greg Leahy, so got to be careful with that when we go back racing later on today. Don't cross that line till you cross the start-finish.
I think that's just maybe getting into the line a little bit too late or too early after the start, trying to make a move early after the green, but just a warning, so no harm, no foul, but he'll have to be careful. And the start for the afternoon 10-minute final, excuse me. So Chris versus Andy continues here as it is actually the track record for Chris Kuchar as he closes the gap to Andy of 51.470. And I feel like track conditions, again, we're getting a little bit more sunlight on this tarmac than we did yesterday. That's going to make things spicy and interesting come the final. A little bit of a bobble there from Andy. Goes a little bit wide, kicks up some dirt. That certainly isn't helping grip on track either.
No, it's not, but you know what? It's with the pace that these two have there, Jackson, that they're really just going to take their time. They got plenty of room to work with. They have a 2.5-second lead and continuing to grow for the time being. So even those small little mistakes, as long as Chris, who's behind him, just doesn't overshoot it or try to really push the envelope, they will keep that gap that they have on Damian Jennings and company here across the line as they continue halfway this time by. And we'll continue to watch on to see who else can work their way up through the field. Wesley Meyer and Ethan Bocchino having a good little fight for the 4th position as they work their way around.
The two Kushers, Jennings, Meyer, Bocchino, Armstrong, Leahy, and Hamilton, your field. And that's kind of become a three-cart battle just a little bit further behind. Man, big slide for Andy. That's going to give an opportunity for Chris up the inside. Bishop and the other Kusher is going to get to the point. Now, that was an interesting mistake. I don't know if Andy just kind of flicked the car in a little bit too quickly and let the tail end step out. That was one of the more interesting bobbles we've seen, as immediately Andy gets back to the point. Chris trying to throw it back at him with the late apex, the over-under, but not able to get that move sticking side by side. He's still trying with the outside as we work our way to the inner loop. Can't get it done.
Nope, not going to work here this time by as they work their way through around the circuit, and watching on as Andy Kutcher leads the charge once again, looking for win number 5 of the season. Chris looking for his second win of the season as he tries to keep up with his brother. Now the question is going to be, what can we see happening with Jennings and company? Jennings has kind of have his own little self, but we do have a good battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th between Meyer, Bocchino, and Steven Armstrong. We'll try to see if we can keep a look at that battle here momentarily as they work their way around the circuit, because the Kutcher brothers now seem to be settled back into place here. They're going to keep on working their way through with 2 minutes plus a lap to go. They crest over the hill. We'll see if we can wait a couple of seconds for that second group behind. Here they come over the hill. Myers is leading that charge, but he's got to deal with Bocchino, who's had a good bit of pace in qualifying here today. Looking to see what he can do to improve upon it with help from a Tony Kart behind of Steven Armstrong as the two Tony Karts try to barrel down on the Magic Kart machine.
So this is 4th, 5th, and 6th on your screen here, being led by Wesley Meyer. And they were getting pretty dicey earlier on. We've just seen this now start to die down just a smidgen.
Well, let's see what happens here. They come out of the corner. Really good fight for positioning as they work their way up, and a big time send. They'll both get around the Magic Kart of Wesley Meyer, but Meyer goes back on the attack to get around one of them. That was Steven Armstrong. Now sets his sights back on Ethan Bocchino in that Tony Kart. The Tony Kart and the Magic Kart will now work together to push away as they come across the line with a minute plus a lap to go, and they start to leave Steven Armstrong behind. See if he can set himself up for a pass going into turn 3. Really good fight for the effort here.
Good momentum there from Armstrong out of the first corner, but Bocchino kind of parks it, or excuse me, Meyer kind of parks it on the apex there, not able for him to run through. This has got to be so frustrating for Jennings, who's just a little bit up the road, but still not able to fully close that gap to 1st and 2nd. Continuing to get scrappy here in the midfield, as a little bit of a peak, almost a full dive there from Meyer, trying to get P4 back from Bocchino. Can't get the move done quite yet. It'll be white flag this time by, as the battle for the best of the rest rages on. Armstrong still looking for a way past Meyer.
Can we see a change here amongst your drivers inside the top 5 as they make the run over to the cut through and works their way through the bumper on, as we watch the driver of Steven Armstrong losing a little bit of time here. Bocchino holding off Meyer as they make the run to the hill, and a really good fight amongst them as they come up to the top. Bocchino trying to make sure he just stays focused. Meyer looking over the shoulder to see where Armstrong is placed so he can try to set himself up for a pass to the inside. Not going to work in through the hook. You'll have to try into turn number 1 possibly if he can get the power down. And out of the final corner, we go back up to your race leaders as the Kutchers go at it once again, as Chris Kutcher sets the record lap here.
Same order as they started. Andy over Chris. Was pretty good scrap side by side between the two of them earlier. Chris just made it harder for himself, carried a little bit too much momentum coming out of turn number 6. And Now is to tuck back in. Andy middle to defend as they work over the crest. How aggressive is Chris going to be into the fishhook for the final time? It's the front row at the very worst. The question is, how badly does he want the inside? Doesn't have enough as the checkered flag comes out for the pre-finals. It's an all-cusher front row lockout again, but it'll be Andy on the inside of Chris.
A great drive we're seeing here by the Kutchers as across the line, Damian Jennings. And here we go, a drag race for the 5th position as it's going to be Stephen Armstrong getting around Wesley Myers there for the 5th spot. Great drive and a battle over there. One to watch for the finals for sure between those three.
Go to kickoff to the KA pre-finals. And we're about to get set here for some multi-class madness between the micros and minis. That's coming up in just a couple moments time here from Cincy.
Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2.
Well, we can't thank our great partner at Perico for sponsoring and being a part of the Kart Chaser family, the official energy drink of Kart Chaser, as we get set for your mini and micro Swift pre-final event. As we'll see if the timing and scoring works for us. Yes, Kai Parker and Jack Katowski on the front row, Drew Schneider and Min Lewis in row 2, Wyatt Huntsberger and Sam Hornish in row 3, Brogan Wren and Griff Heyman in row 4, and Cooper Nystrom rounding out your 9-card field.
So again, no class split here between the minis and the micros, but you are battling for position out on track. The guy in front of you is trying to go for the position next to you. One car way further back here, I think, had some engine problems. But it looks like we're still going to try and go for a rolling start here. Going to be very interesting. I'm trying to see who that is. That might be Cooper Nystrom trying to catch up with the field further back. And already seeing the wave off from Sean Bailiff and others. So we'll re-rack them and try it one more time. Two more pre-finals after this, as we'd like to remind you that you can suit up with Sparco and get brand new fire suits from Sparco at shopakr.com when you scan the QR code on the bottom right of your screen. Shopakr.com, proud sponsor of Kart Chaser.
Field now getting set, ready to go here, and it looks like the rest of the field have caught back up. Griffith Heyman and company as they work their way up into the starting line. And as we watch themselves through the field here and get themselves ready to go. Once again, the weather update. Clear skies, maybe partly cloudy towards the end of the afternoon. No rain in the forecast for today, so don't need to worry about the rain tires coming out as they work their way out of the hook through the final time and get themselves ready to go.
So it is 4 micros and 5 minis for your 9-cart field. Sean Bailiff going to check them up and try and slow them down. You'll get some backup further behind right at the line at the blue cone of justice. but they have learned their lesson. They've slowed down. They're ready to go racing, and we'll see the green flag for the pre-final. And it will be Katowski leading with a big dive to the inside of turn number 1 to take that spot from Kai Park. It'll be a micro leading for the time being. Kai Park immediately putting the pressure on, trying the outside into turn number 4. Hornish, Schneider, and Lewis throwing wheels at one another further back. But the two Burrells at the front of the field have finally sorted out, and it looks to be Kai Park in front of Katowski once again. Over the crest for the first time. Some head tapping saying, hey, let's work together. Plenty of time for us to make moves later on in the day, later on in the heat. Katowski not taking that advice. Park not taking that advice, excuse me, with a big look to the inside of Katowski. He's still able to hold on to the lead.
Starting on the opening lap here as they cross the line, Kai Parker, Nico Katowski really putting on a great show as Kai Parker goes around the outside. Katowski tries to throw the block as they cross the line. Hornish with a great run sitting in P3 here as they work their way up through the gears and make the run towards the back half of the circuit. But Jack Katowski setting the pace here. We saw how strong he is in all forms of motorsports, looking to continue on with that way.
Here comes Park with a look to the outside. We'll try the later apex at the very end of the hook, but Katowski continues to block. This is some very aggressive driving to start this off. It's important to remember these are two different karts as here comes Park to the inside. He'll go back to the point to end lap number 2. Katowski already right back on the bumper, and now with a flick to the inside, tries to take that spot again on the inside. Can't get it done.
He cannot get it done. He'll have to gather it back up here as we see Kai Parker. Really great drive, setting the pace here once again with the TKG Burrell Arts as they snake their way over to the cut through of turn number 5. Hits the binders a little bit, gathers himself back up. Good little fight also for the second position in the mini Swift category between Sam Hornish and Min Lewis as they crest over the hill.
Hats off to Jack Katowski for being able to hold up in this pace with the micro, not making quite as much horsepower as the bigger brothers, but still hanging on right now with Kai Park in the minis. Look to the inside here from Hornish, who will now take that lead back from Min Lewis. That's your battle for the rest of the podium in minis. Looking for the rest of the micros, you got to go all the way back to Wyatt Huntsbarger in P6 in that number 3 kart. That's behind Drew Schneider here. You just see it. I believe that Lone Magic there in the 3.
Yeah, that's going to change a little bit of the outcome here as we watch this battle with Sam Hornish, Min Lewis, and company as they try to keep a good fight. Drew Schneider not having the best run for your championship points leader in the Mini Swift category as he's trying to see if he can get the spots he needs to at least maybe finish second behind Kai Parker.
Kart Republic car of Lewis with a look to the inside, trying to make that move on Sam Hornish. Script flips though, going through turn number 11, and Hornish able to roll that speed in that TKG kart and fend off for the time being. That's dragged Lewis, Schneider, and Wyatt Huntsbarger right back into the mix as well though, so things getting heated up here from 3rd, 4th, and 5th, with Hornish still leading this pack. That Kart Republic car of Min Lewis, though, starting to get a little bit dicey, looking for opportunities, ducking on the wheel, trying to close that gap in the straight line.
Good little fight through here as Kai Parker and company pull away. Sam Hornish has to now deal with the pressure of Lewis and Schneider. They come up to the top of the hill here. Big time run coming in the path of Drew Schneider as he tries to work his way through it. Huntsbarger also in the hunt of a chance of staying
Schneider
in second, but looking to pick up a couple of spots. Schneider gets a little loose right there, but watches on as everyone now starts to separate themselves.
Good save from Schneider there, as was just inches from getting in the grass and dropping that outer rear. Could have had him swapping ends and backing up into the wall, but able to gather it back up. And Sam Hornish continuing to fend off from Min Lewis. Lewis on the podium yesterday outright. Just able to barely beat out Sam Hornish overall. Katowski continuing to dominate in the micros. We've talked about the difference in horsepower. Katowski is getting a little bit of help right now with the larger, more powerful karts helping him draft. But this is all three minis right now, and a micro just behind in that 3 of Huntsberger. And you can see right now how much Wyatt is able to close that gap in the twisty sections, but the minute we get onto the back straightaway, or I guess the front straightaway in this case, that gap widens once again. Good exit from Schneider as he'll try to go to the inside of Lewis, but out in front it is still the micro and the mini battling. Katowski versus Park, and Jack with a big lunge in turn number 1 gets himself back to the point.
Good little fight here as Jack Katowski and Kai Parker, even though they are not only just teammates, but in 2 different categories here, still provide some great racing action amongst themselves here in the closing stages of this race as they come up to the hill. Will Kai Parker try something going into the corner? Nope, Katowski will also stay tucked up behind your race leader here for the moment.
It was actually Park who was able to get that move coming out of turn number 7, and now Katowski will go for a late lunge in the penultimate corner and now get back to the lead. Park with another look to the inside though, hugs that grass all the way on the right side of the racetrack. Back and forth we go with 90 seconds left. We're going to see another move here from Katowski. 3 different lead changes in the past lap, and Katowski once again will get to the front here in that 92.
He certainly will. He'll look over the shoulder here as they are approaching some lap traffic of Cooper Nystrom along with Griff Heyman and Brogan Wren. So that's going to cause a little bit of issues and possible situation for your top 2 as they close in on him.
Flick to the outside from Park. We'll try to walk the tightrope and go all the way around, almost in the grass. Big wiggle coming into the long arcing left-hander. Are we going to see another sneaky move? No. 182 of Park carries all of that momentum, goes wide, and rolls it to the outside. Lap traffic coming up with Nystrom side by side across the stripe once again. With 30 seconds to go, it'll be about 2 laps to go now. As are we going to see another move here from Park? Not yet. What a battle it's been from 2 different karts, 2 different levels of horsepower, mind you.
Making short work of Griff Heyman to get around him to put him a lap down, and now they'll cycle their way through to get around Brogan Wren as they do so. And it's amazing to see Jack Katowski still keeping up with this battle here for the race lead with the microcar as they pass 2 other microcars.
We've seen the dominance earlier on today from his older brother Nico. And Jack keeping the name alive here at the sharp end of the field. Can it be the sharpest spot? White flag, and against all odds, David trying to beat, I don't want to say Goliath, but a slightly bigger David, as both of these are the smallest karts we have out on track today. But statistically, the fact that Jack Katowski able to carry this speed and get to the bumper, get to the outside of Kai Park has been phenomenal.
Absolutely an incredible drive right here by Jack Katowski and Kai Park as they will continue to do battle here. Katowski holds on to the race lead as they come up to the top of the hill for the final time. He'll look over the shoulder. How about that big time of ascend to the bottom of the racetrack as Kai Park will take over the race lead heading into the hook for the final time. They'll snake their way out of there. Katowski has one more chance to try to set something up as they come through the final corner. Look over the shoulder there for Kai Park. He'll guard to the bottom of the racetrack as they come to the checkered flag, nose to tail. Katowski will win the micros. Kai Park will win in the mini Swift category as trouble for one driver, the 141 machine of Sam Hornish, having issues.
Might have been some contact there we missed. Drag race further back here between Huntsberger will just barely eke out a P5 finish over the Kart Republic machine of Min. Lewis Drew Schneider able to get another spot in the struggling Sam Hornish, Heyman, Wren, and Nystrom rounding out your fields. What a pre-final!
Field works their way around, and that will conclude your mini micro, and 2 more pre-finals left to go. It's your KA Junior and KA Senior. They're next up on the docket once we clear the track here on Kart Chaser.
So there's 3 basic pillars for data analysis. One is the data that we extract from the dash and look on the data station. The other thing is the feedback from the driver. And the last thing is the visual, like when we look at the driver on the track or we look at our onboard camera. Here at PSL Karting, we use a lot the SmartyCam 3 from AIM Sports. This camera is basically connected to the dash, and it gets all the data from the dash and it synchronizes the video already for us. So every time we use this camera, we take the SD card, put it on a computer, and then we are able to analyze the drivers side by side on the data. We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the SmartyCam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
It's time now for your KA Junior Pre-Final as they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's give you your starting lineup for today's action here in KA Junior. It's Nico Katowski and Robert Lash on the front row, followed by Ben Gleberman right there in the group. Homer Heyman, Lila Beck, Alex Kutcher, Adler Klein, Alejandro Gallego, Caleb Sircone, and William Richards rounding out your 10-kart field here in today's qualifying.
Robert Lash in a prime spot to move forward here, Taylor. We haven't really seen him on the front row, but he's been lurking in the background waiting for his prime opportunity, and we've seen how much he's able to make up at the hole shot. He's going to be jonesing to take this lead on lap 1 from the outside. Race marshals getting ready to check this field up and get everybody as slowed as possible. This is going to be a good show.
It really is. We're happy to have you with us here on Kart Chaser as we draw to a conclusion here today. Once we're done with the pre-finals, it's going to be ready racing action or giving out the trophies as they make their way a slow crawl into the tram lines as we get set to go racing here today with your KA Junior Pre-Final set to go racing here. As they cross over the start line, green flag is out, and away they go. A little bit of a bog down further back in the pack, but already Robert Lash leads us down into turn number 1. Homer Heyman, not a great jump on the field. He'll have to gather it back up as they snake their way out of the first couple of corners, heading over to turn 3.
Well, he started on the outside right behind Lash, and now will dive to the inside. Immediately gets to the point and carries all that momentum from the start to clear Lash for the lead, trying to see who that is further back. That's Kutcher and Katowski just a little bit further back. Nico jumping out of the shifter into the KA Junior. A little bit of a look further back. I believe Gallego trying to make a move. Here comes Katowski in the 92 trying to make that move on Kutcher. That's going to be a done deal as we work out of the point of the fishhook for the first time. A little bit of a boggle further back. Lila Beck dropping some big positions in that start, going from 5th to 8th, I believe. But what a hole shot for Homer Heyman. 3 positions gained for him. Nico Katowski from pole drops 2, but trying to surmount that comeback immediately, Taylor.
Absolutely a big-time comeback coming for Homer Heyman as well. Nico Katowski looking to try to capitalize. That is a TKG, Burrell Art 1, 2, 3 amongst your competitors as they try to see what they can do to work together. But don't count out Alex Kutcher right there in the red speed. He's looking to have some pace here in your KA Junior category, looking to get on the podium as he looks to the inside, the 892 of Nico Katowski, putting the pressure on his teammate of none other than Robert Lash as they come up through the gears and up through the running. The 884 machine right there of Homer Heyman is also trying to fight his way through. Across the line they will go, and so far everyone else trying to settle back down. A lot of racing still left to go.
But it looked like Katowski already wanted to make that move there into turn number 2. Couldn't get it done quite yet, but now you can see that breakaway. Heyman not able to make a strike just yet. Now feeds the bumper a little bit to Katowski further up. Whole field's kind of accordions together once we work through this inner loop and back onto the back straightaway. Out of turn 7, speeds get high, draft comes into full effect, and some guy's going to be able to slingshot. Are we going to see a hang to the inside and a dive from Katowski? Not quite yet. Heyman and Kuchar still standing by. Just further back, you look at 5th and 6th, Gallego and Gleiberman. There's a little bit of bump push as they try to work their way into the mix as well. Lap number 3, it's still Robert Lash out in front. Purple lap goes to Ben Gleiberman, a 51.527, making that move for P5 over Gallego.
Really good fight here as they battle it out amongst themselves, working their way through into turn number 3 and 4. And right now, you see Kuchar. I'm impressed with his pace right now. He is really making a great run, but you also got to throw in Ben Gleiberman in this hunt as well as they work their way up through. Big trouble, though, for your race leader. He'll go a little bit too wide into the grass. That opens up the door for several drivers to get to his inside. So for Robert Lash, he will drop back to P3 behind Katowski and Heyman, but so far under more pressure from Kuchar and Gleiberman as those two will move up the running order. Gleiberman to P4.
Gets back in line to stop the bleeding, but that gave an opportunity for Ben Gleiberman to make that move on Alex Kuchar for P4. And now Nico Katowski back to the point for the first time since last afternoon. And Ben Gleiberman continuing that forward push in that 863 kart as he tries to get a little bit of a bobble there, kicking up some dirt. That's the black helmet in the Burrell kart. And now look at the gap Katowski's starting to put coming out of turn number 7 into 8. But again, with this braking zone and how technical this area is, field starts to accordion up just a little bit. We're going to start to see some teamwork at this point, Taylor. Still 3.5 minutes to go. And if any of these guys want to start on pole for the final, they're going to need to use the power of friendship to make it happen.
Friendship indeed is going to be a key for these drivers to work their way through and try and chase down Nico Katowski as they work their way up into the corner here. Watch is on. Alex Kuchar and Ben Gleiberman starting to stay tucked up behind the two TKG Burrell Arts as they try to see what they can do if they can pick up a couple of extra spots.
Teal helmet of Homer Heyman trying to fend off little Greg Heyman. The nickname there is another big lunge there from the 863 Ben Gleiberman. Is that Robert Lash he was able to make a move on? You bet it is. What a drive up to the front so far from Ben Gleiberman. He's had the blistering pace. He's just had no place to uncork it. And he's cleared numerous bumpers so far, trying to work that way to Katowski out in front. 2.5 minutes to go.
2.5 minutes to go, and already we're seeing a lot of changes up at the front of the field here amongst your competitors as they try to work your way around in the closing stages of this race here. And so far, Gleiberman looking to try to pick off another one of those Burrell Arts as they climb up to the top of the field here and work their way down. He's closing in, can't get a good run to look to the inside just yet, but he is setting himself up for a good run. He's got that good toe. I think turn 1 we could see something set him up for a pass for position as they come out of the corner. Quick check over the shoulder from Nico Katowski to see how the gap is.
Gleiberman on the bumper of Heyman. The two TKG teammates, or excuse me, I think he's in a red speed actually, not entirely sure.
Yep,
it's
that
so
is
hard
a red
to tell
speed
with the sea of red out in front. It is a red speed, excuse me. Been some great pace though for that OTK brand chassis. One of the few guys in a red kart that's not a Burrell, but he's been really, really flying that pace and showing just how fast those karts can be here at MCC. But he is not out of the woods yet. Still a 5-kart freight train, essentially. But Katowski starting to break away with a minute to go.
He is starting to do that here as they work their way across the line. And how about Alex Kutcher setting the fastest lap of the race last time by and looking to try to go for more in that red speed machine as he tries to close back up to the back bumper of Robert Lash. So far, not working out in his favor, but he's still got plenty of time. As you see a little bit of a side right there from Ben Gleberman. Has to catch it a little bit. You saw him cranking at the wheel right there as he tries to make sure he does not lose time to his competitor of Homer Heyman.
Trying to flick the car in on car entry to help it rotate around the apex and lift that inner rear. You can see it just barely get out of the ground there. Help minimize that contact patch, put all the weight on the outsides, and help the cart get around the corner. As here comes a Heyman, trying to defend on the inside of Gleberman, not enough. And for the first time, Ben Gleberman gets his way up into the runner-up spot. Is this going to be enough to close that 7/10 gap to Katowski? White flag next time by.
Well, he just set a new track record, so he has got the pace. Does he have the time, though, as he makes the charge to your race leader of Nico Katowski? The gap is 7/10 of a second between them as they crest over the hill. You see Homer Heyman and Robert Lash looking on to see what they can do to try and challenge and get around Ben Gleberman to prevent him from going after their teammate of Nico Katowski.
A little bit of a bobble further up there from Nico as he kicked up some dust coming out of turn 10 and needs 11 more corners to be on pole once again for the KA100 Juniors. Things starting to come out here from second on back as Heyman, Lash, and Kusher try to get that inside row from Gleberman.
Watching on here, a lot can happen still with the closing laps, but right now, Ben Gleberman is running out of options and time as they head down into the fishhook for the final time here in your KA Junior Pre-Final event. But for Nico Katowski, can anyone stop him? Well, so far the answer has been no this season after the first round as they come out of the final corner. Checkered flag for Nico Katowski, and Ben Gleberman has a great front row start as they drag race for third. Heyman over Lash.
Kusher trying to get Lash at the line there, but just not enough. But we've seen so many drag races almost a standstill in the run to the line, only a little flick to the right being that final 11th corner. But what a drive from Nico Katowski. Seizes the moment and gets on the inside of Alex Kusher and did not look back. Gleberman, Heyman, Lash, Kuchar, Klein, Beck, Richard Gallego, and Cerrone, your fields. One more pre-final to go with the seniors. We'll pick that up in just a couple minutes' time when we come back here on Kart Chaser Grassroots.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
It is time for the final pre-final event for your KA seniors. It's Logan Muller, Tyler Prestel, Wyatt Deegan, Rush Gary and company, Emerson Blatt, Addison Iannello. There you see Iannello right there leading the charge. Marcus Batchun, Gavin Degenhardt, Dante Rodriguez, Braden Heber and company, all right there, ready to go racing here in your KA senior Will still has a little bit of work to do, as well as we are waiting for the last few karts to catch back up to the tail end of this group.
Going to be really cool to see what Prestel can do here from the inside. Had some really good pace yesterday, but just got a side pod into the dirt and was not able to have a result that really reflected that pace. Addison Iannello, though, has been a dominant force in whatever kart she's driven this weekend. Can Prestel put that pace on the inside?
See a couple of drivers giving the hand signal saying, hey, slow it down. You're bumping me in the back bumper here. I'm getting pushed. I'm getting pushed. Do we get a clean start? We get a green? No, we do not. Saw the yellow light come back on right there, so we'll false start indeed. So we'll go back around one more time. So got to be careful. We don't want to be pushing too much. You got to wait for that light to turn green and get into the start box before you can start firing off, guys.
So again, Will Steele, your championship points leader after yesterday at 1375. Ryan Miller is your runner-up at 1089. Not been the weekend he's been wanting so far. He's rolling off P10 for this pre-final. Jacob Petticord not here this weekend. Then you look back to Braden Heber, who is a little bit further up in the mix. But Will Steele, again, not a lot of wins, but consistently in the top 5 on the podium. And he finds himself right in this mix again, rolling off P5, Taylor.
All right, let's try this again here as they work their way up through the gourd and get themselves ready to go racing once again as they enter into the tramline. Officials making sure, hey, let's behave, let's have a good, clean start.
We saw how much the field reshuffled during the final yesterday, how much happened in just 10 minutes and 2 laps. But getting yourself in the prime position is going to be so mandatory for victory here in KA100 Sr. And it all starts right here at the pre-final. Green flag, and immediately Prestel trying to go to the outside to defend from Iannello. A little bit of a push further behind from Muller, trying to push Addison to the front, but to no avail. Prestel will arrowhead the field coming into turn 3 and into the inner loop for the first time. Watch that magic kart further back. Deegan, as he fends off Haber in the 978, trying to make some moves, and the huge red wave of Burrell karts just further behind.
Field now works their way through here as they continue to watch on, but watch as we see what will happen amongst our competitors. Tyler Prestel leading the charge. Addison Iannello with a great run as here comes, big time bobble right there from Logan Muller as he tries to gather himself back up and continue on with a charge across the line here. Here comes Braden Heber and company as they make the run to 1.
Muller with a look to the inside of Iannello, the return of this battle, and is able to get the bumper out and shut the door. Wyatt Deegan just behind in that magic machine, trying to make that stick as well, but he's busy fending off right now from Will Steele in the 975. A little bit of a bobble further up. You can see that dust cloud being kicked up. You look at Logan Muller, though, such phenomenal driving yesterday, and had it not been for a little bit of a mistake on the exit of the final corner in, well, the final, it wouldn't have been a half a tenth of a difference between victory there. So trying to remount and get that victory that was just barely out of his reach yesterday.
Certainly was the case here, just out of reach for him, but Addison Iannello is trying everything to get back on the attack, but here comes Muller to the inside, looks to see if he can find his way around Tyler Prestel, but could not make it work for him. And here comes Iannello with a head of steam, puts the bumper to him a little bit, can't quite do it, but here comes the magic driver of Wyatt Deegan with a head of steam, and here we go, chase for the race lead as Muller finds his opening around the outside, and here comes Iannello following suit as they crest over the hill. Will Iannello go into the fish hook? No, stays stuck up behind as here goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. Muller goes on to the fence.
The AFK driver finally losing that lead to Logan Moeller, Tyler Pressel, but is tucked right back into the bumper, tapping his head saying, let's do some teamwork. I got the lead and I'm the fastest guy on track right now. Let's try and get a separation because you've still got 10 karts technically within about 3 seconds of one another. So there's an attempt to try and make a breakaway right now. Iannello going to the middle of the track here through the inner loop. She's trying to defend from that magic of Wyatt Deegan. And again, Will Steele exactly where he wants to be. Not necessarily looking to make a move just yet, but just watching the others get in front of them. Making big moves in front and get out the popcorn. Big slide from Iannello. Going to try and dive on the inside of Prestel. And will get that move done. What a dive from Addison Iannello.
Iannello put on a big-time send to the bottom, and now will try to set her sights for your race leader with only halfway this time by. This is a breakaway from the race leader here. Then you have that second group right behind as we are watching this battle here for second as they come up through the running order and heading down into turn number 4. Big-time run for the drivers as Presto gets back on it, but Iannello gets a great run off corner exit.
We missed something else further back. Will Steele, that white helmet 975, also able to make a move on Wyatt Deegan. That magic kart dropping back another position. And now just entering that mix, that lime green helmet of Braden Heber leading Max Klein in the 912. There they are just coming into the point of the fishhook. So the battle for the best of the rest starting to heat up here with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. But Moeller comfortably running in the lead right now and sets another fastest lap of the session at 51.067. Is about a fifth of a second up from the remainder of the fields right now.
Field now working their way across into the corner. Wyatt Deegan in that magic kart putting some pressure on your driver of Will Steele here as they try to have a good little fight for position. Steele gets a good run off corner exit, sets his sights on Tyler Presto to move up into the 3rd position. This is where he is going to have a better run, hopefully compared to what we saw yesterday where he had to start so far back in the pre-finals that he had to work his way up the running order. Now it's a little bit better for him to try to put the pressure on and move forward instead of having a little less than no time as Braden Heber goes off the track and loses a spot.
Didn't see what initially brought that up. I don't know if it was just a little bit too much speed or maybe some side pod from somebody else. Here comes Prestel once again to the inside. These are costly moves, but it's the battle now for the outside of the front row. And Prestel wants to be the one to lead him.
Love to see the action here with Prestel and Iannello fighting it out, throwing Will Steele as he's trying to find himself in better running order. And Logan Moeller, he's just out for a Sunday drive here in your pre-final action here. As Iannello looks to try to go back on the attack, but here comes Steele, showed the nose, thought better of it, didn't have enough pace to try to make their pass complete as they come out of the final corner, 2 minutes plus a lap to go.
One of the lone Cosmics in the field as Tyler Prestel trying to lead the remainder of this pack. Gaps continuing to build here. Another purple lap from Moeller out in front of 50.915. Zero chance now for the remainder of this pack to get to the front. But the question is, who wants to be on the front row? Who wants to be in P2 come the final? And I think now we see everyone starting to bide their time just a little bit more, waiting the next 90 seconds. And the minute they see that white flag, it'll be gloves off, and this is going to be some 2x2 racing to set the remainder of this field.
Question is going to be, who's going to be that driver who will join Logan Moeller on the front row? We're about to find out here in the closing minutes as they work their way back into turn number 2. Just now, a calm before the storm that we're about to see amongst your top competitors here in your KA Senior race as they work their way through. Warning flag given out here for Gavin Degenhart for avoidable contact, as he is going to have to be careful with that in the next race. As they work their way up to the top of the hill, Tyler Presto definitely been one of the most improved drivers over the weekend now as he tries to lead the charge here and chase down your race leader. The gap is 2 seconds with about 2 laps to go for your leaders. Coming down the front straightaway here, we're seeing a little bit of adjustment right there by Tyler Presto on the carburetor. Make sure everything looks clean and green for him as he tries to see if he can close the gap and pull away from Addison Iannello. Currently, they dropped about a 10th on your race leader, but still running out of options and running out of time. Muller's going to have to make a major mistake for those two to close the gap here.
A Cosmic, a Norris chassis, a Burrell, and a Magic, and then just behind a Red Speed. Major manufacturer mix in the midfield here as everybody trying to slice and dice for the front 3 rows. Starting to get a little bit dicey. Further back right now is Steele and Deegan have to defend from a hard-charging Klein just at the tail end of this pack. Where did Max Klein come from? We haven't really talked about him too much in that white helmet, but he's found himself into the mix as well. Wyatt Deegan in that Magic trying to clear the Burrell of Will Steele. Can't get it done just yet. White flag out, nobody home for Logan Muller, but it's all eyes on Tyler Prestel as he tries to defend from Addison Iannello.
Addison Iannello doing everything she can here. Remember, we saw her put on a great drive yesterday, looking to capitalize on it here today with another one as they work their way down the hill. Everyone just going on the defensive a little bit through the final couple of corners. It's going to be Logan Muller who will take home the checkered flag here in your KA Senior category, but who will join him on the front row? Out of the final corner, Tyler Presto will lead that charge in the second group. Muller, your winner, and Presto will take home second as here comes the driver of Wyatt Deegan to steal a spot away from Will Steele.
At the very last moment, what a race in the mid-pack. But Logan Muller trying to get the one that got away. Another drag race further back. Rush Gary just able to fend off Marcus Batshone, Shane Hambrick, Gavin Deeganhart, Natalia Steimel, and Blake Erickson to the line, rounding out your field.
With that, we're going to step aside here, take about a 20-minute break, and then when we come back, it's time to give out the trophies. It's time for Ready Racing here in the Pro-Am Karting Championship at MCC, part of the Luau 50 weekend. And see James over back out there on the pit lane trying to have a little fun out here. As we know, and we had a great day of action yesterday with the Luau 50, and hope to see everyone back here for the finale of Kartoween in October. We'll be back.
So there's three basic pillars for data analysis. One is the data that we extract from the dash and look on the data station. The other thing is the feedback from the driver. And the last thing is the visual, like when we look at the driver on the track or we look at our onboard camera. Here at PSL Karting, we use a lot the SmartyCam 3 from Motorsports. This camera is basically connected to the dash, and it gets all the data from the dash and it synchronizes the video already for us. So every time we use this camera, we take the SD card, put it on a computer, and then we are able to analyze the drivers side by side on the data. We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the SmartyCam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30 with in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions. Each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskakRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the clock winds down on the Perico Energy Drink Countdown to Green, it is time to give out the trophies. It's time to see who will stand on the top step of the podium here today. We have multiple races ready to go, and it starts with your 206 Masters finale here today for the weekend. We're happy to have you with us here on Kart Chasers coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Taylor Burris here, back at you with you, Jackson Lambros as well, as here is your starting lineup for your 206 Masters category. On the front row, it is Matthew Lyda and Alan Elwood, the classes of the field here today. Followed right behind, it is going to be none other than the driver of the number 16 machine of Doug Cook. Chris Gorman will be in fourth position. Row 3 will be Matt Geist and Todd Davis. Row 4, Austin Winter and Renee Moeller. Rounding out your top 10 is Mike Doty and Brian Decker.
It was a good battle all day yesterday between these two out in front, Matt Lyda and Alan Elwood. It was Lyda who was the one that was able to just barely edge out the 5 of Alan and take victory in the final yesterday. Can he throw the Uno reverse card over to him and take victory today, or is it going to be a sweep for Matt in the 9? Doug Cook and Chris Gorman standing by in the rear in row number 2. Matt Geist, we've seen such great pace from him in the 206s as well as in the KA100. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do from the inside line, which has been such a premium here in these 206 starts. Lyda on the inside, Elwood on the outside. Let's go racing. 206 Master Final is green, and Lyda going to get that advantage. Cook trying to go with him down low in the run to turn number 2. Will make that move done and chops the nose off. So 2 spots lost, and just like the pre-final, Cook trying to go off into the open blue with Lyda.
He will try his hand as they come through the first couple of corners right now, as we have a little bit of side-by-side action further back between Gomar and Davis as they try to work their way out of the inner loop, heading down the back straightaway once again. Good little fight amongst them, but Lyda and Cook now, your star drivers up at the front of the field, but Cook starting to fall back into the clutches of Alan Elwood as they dive it into the fish hook. So far, so good. A clean racing amongst your competitors here as we watch that 34 of Gomar and company trying to determine how this will play out for them here on the opening lap. You see a couple of cars getting bogged down, a couple of them giving a little bit of a bunny hop to try to make sure that they have enough pace, get that engine RPMs working in their favor as they cross the line. Lyda, Cook, Elwood as they lead into 1.
Elwood having to be picture perfect here if he wants to get to the front. The way we saw Lyda get on pole for the final was pretty much carbon copy of this. Cook on the inside starting from 3rd, taking P2 away from Elwood. And the 16 defending so much from the 5 that there wasn't really enough time or speed in that number 5 cart to get to the front and have nobody home for Matt. So how quickly are we going to see him move from Elwood? Will he try and push Doug Cook to maybe try and get to the front of the field? Just further back, who else but Matt Geist, your biggest mover of the day so far, up 2 positions and trying to go for 3 here as now he looks to the back of Alan Elwood, trying to get 1 more position by. First lap at full pace. This is going to give us a good sense of the speed here between the two. It's another purple lap for Matt Lyda, 58.195. That's half a second quicker, Taylor, than Cook, Elwood, and Geist.
It really is. We know Lyda's got that pace to make it work here in our competition, and as they work their way through, Elwood's trying to reel back in Cook, but so far, as he has caught it, they are losing time to Lyda, as now here comes a big run from Geist as well. He's going to try to close into the back bumper of the number 5 machine.
So again, better speed in the straight line, but you're kind of at the mercy right now in the tighter technical sections as here comes Elwood to the inside, gonna take that spot from Cook and try to lead the best of the rest. I'm liking this move to try and get that P2 running early on because we know how fast Alan Elwood is, at least in the technical sections. He's gonna be able to find the optimum braking points and when to get back on throttle And with this accordion effect going into especially here turns 2 and 3, it really is, that's where you're losing time in pack running. Everybody behind has to check up, and you're not getting that kind of same speed gains you would get on the back straightaway. So Elwood will try and bring some help here to Cook and Geist and tow them to the front, and hopefully they'll use the bumper to do the same and benefit him.
That is going to be the question, though, because right now the gap is at 2 seconds, so we'll keep track of that. And look at Lida. By himself is setting record-setting pace here amongst the competition. And that is incredible for our competitors as they work their way around the circuit here. And coming out of the final corner, let's see what the gap is now that they're starting to get a little bit more organized, ready to go back at it once again. Here comes Lida across the start-finish line here as he sets another record-setting pace across the line. The gap now 2.7 seconds. So let's see how this plays out with halfway next time by for your leaders.
And it's nearly a whole second of difference in single lap pace of 57.817 last time by, 58.5 from Allen. You've got to be shaking your, or scratching your head here trying to figure out what the difference is, what Lida has been able to find in the pace of that 9 kart that the rest of this field hasn't. And tell you one factor, I think second on back to 5th here is spread out enough. You're not really getting that advantage. Again, a limiter on these Briggs & Stratton 206 power plants, you need to be using the bumper to try and push it over the limiter just for a little bit. You don't have that issue in the 2-stroke. You don't have to use the bumper to get that top speed gain. Here, it's an absolute necessity down these straightaways, and we're not really seeing that being used just yet.
Talk about another 0.8 of a second pulled away right there by Matthew Lida as he continues to drop down the time of the fastest lap of all here at MCC. Watching on as Cook and Elwood have broken away from Geist and Gomer right there, as that's now going to cause a little bit of problem. Let's see what Cook and Elwood can do if they try to compress back together, try to get themselves lined up perfectly, and try to make a charge here. Because right now, with everyone else trying to battle and also settling in a little bit, this is allowing Lida to continue to pull away further and further to where it's just going to be a Matthew Lida show here today.
So again, if you're Elwood or Cook, you're seeing that gap already. And at this point, everybody in this top 4-pack is just trying to make the most of the cards they've been dealt. And you look at Geist and Gorman right now. Gorman trying to make a move earlier on. Those two were going at it, and they've kind of separated themselves from the picture for the time being. But you look at what kind of scenario these guys are in right now. It's just going to be fangs out from Cook for the next couple of minutes and trying to maximize the points he's been given. Again, he's one of the main contenders in this championship, even with Lida out in front. And Elwood's the one trying to close that gap, so he's going to be trying to hold P2 and stop that bleeding.
He certainly is, and as he's looking to try to defend his championship, the only problem is with no wins so far to his name. That's going to be a big of an issue for him to try to capitalize and maintain his chances of a championship with only 2 races to go after today. So across the line they'll go. The gap now as they work their way through, still falling off the pace, even with Elwood setting his personal best there of a 58.3. That still puts him a significant margin behind.
5 seconds and counting right now for our masters, the crazy old men as we like to refer to them sometimes. We mean that in only the best way possible, by the way, but Matthew Lida, absolutely untouchable. 5 seconds and change now over the field, and not a lot of usage of the bumper. 1 card off further back as trying to get a number plate. I want to say that was Davis in that blacked out 17 who has gotten back on track. A little bit of chaos further back, but everybody in one piece from second all the way back to 5th.
Gather themselves back up. We'll continue on the way here today as they work their way around the circuit, and by the looks of it, as they cross the line, it will be actually, I think it might have been Winner who went off the track a little bit.
33 of Austin Winter had some issues earlier on, saw the black flag with avoidable contact, and has been on the recovery drive following that. And Cook on the recovery drive, too. This will be a podium for him, which is definitely something he'll be amped about, but he wants that extra 20 or so championship points. As just further back, that 531 whiteout car is trying to close that gap. Matt Geist, there is the 33 of Austin Winter. He was our trouble child coming out of turn 7 over the crest. He is rejoined, but now Todd Davis is lurking in the wings, trying to take P6 from him.
Trying to do everything he can as we watch this battle here across the line. And here comes Todd Davis with a big head of steam across over here. And as they do so, not going to really make any gains at the moment. Everyone's now kind of just settled in with a minute plus 2 to go. A lot of things can still happen, but it's going to have to take a tall effort.
Clock runs out here in 45 seconds, and we'll run 2 extra laps after that. Still watching Austin Winter trying to fend off that 17 of Todd Davis. As it starts to get a little bit more packed up here, back over to Elwood and Cook. Notice how narrow of a line Elwood's taking going out of turn 8 into the point of the hook, turn number 9. I think it's technically faster to swing all of that to the outside, but he doesn't want to leave that door open, so he goes middle of the track. Doors open now, though, for Cook to creep on by on the inside of turn number 1. Elwood still hanging on to the outside. Will there be enough momentum to try a switchback coming out of 2 and 3? Not enough. Cook back up into P2, but here comes Matt Geist.
Matt Geist with a big head of steam now. He will now put the pressure on Alan Elwood to move him up into the podium positions here today in this final race as they work their way down the short chute over to the top of the hill. Geist thinks about trying to set something up into the hook. Will he do so? No, he's going to stay tucked up behind, wait for the opportune time as Elwood tries to work with the driver of Cook. He'll look to the inside, side by side. Cook gives way. Elwood back to second.
Back and forth we go here in P2 running. As it is starting to get spicy here. Good run for Geist. Cook going middle there to defend. Tuck's back in line, trying to get a little bit of toe help from Elwood. 2 laps to go here in this 206 Master Final. An incredible 8 seconds, almost unseen from 206 competition. But Matt Lyda in a different zip code from the remainder of this field, but it's only getting spicy in the battle for the best of the rest. As Matt Geist has radar lock on the back of Cook, but Cook wants to make a move potentially on Alan Elwood. Again, it's timing it just right so you have enough time to maintain that lead, but not enough time to swing back. And now it'll be 2 spots lost for Alan Elwood. Some bumper help from Geist will make it 2 spots lost, and now Geist gonna advance up into P3.
Geist now on the charge, but while he's still here in Cincinnati, Matthew Lyda, let's just say he's out over in Cleveland right about now with how much of a lead he has over the competition as they work their way around the circuit for the final time here. Geist looking to have one of his best finishes of the season so far, along with Cook as they make the run over towards turn 3 and 4.
Elwood a little bit further back here coming into turns 6 and 7. He's going to need a good exit here to make this a possibility. Big dive from Geist. Now he'll go to P2. And Cook and Elwood going to try and sort it out for the podium. Not if Cook has anything to say about it. Everybody bunched up as we come now out of turn number 7. Over the crest. Here comes Cook to the inside. Elwood helping further back with some pushing on the bumper. Geist has to walk the tightrope around turn number 8. And somehow, some way, Elwood gonna get back to the inside. Goes down low to defend from the 531. Checkered flag out. It's been all Lyda all day long. But who is gonna be on the other 2 boxes on the podium? It's Cook out in front, but still side by side. Geist and Elwood. Just barely Matt Geist able to edge out Alan Elwood for that bottom spot on the podium. Chris Gorman comes home in 5th. Winter and Davis in 7th.
Great fighting here to wrap up the first race of finals in our 206 Masters. Incredible drive for Matthew Lyda to make it win number 3 for him this season, and looking to go for more, especially with only 2 races left in the championship. We're going to step aside while the track clears out and get set for the 206 Juniors and Cadets next on Kart Chaser.
So there's 3 basic pillars for data analysis. One is the data that we extract from the dash and look on the data station. The other thing is the feedback from the driver. And the last thing is the visual, like when we look at the driver on the track or we look at an onboard camera. Here at PSL Karting, we use a lot this SmartyCam 3 from Motorsports. This camera is basically connected to the dash, and it gets all the data from the dash and it synchronizes the video already for us. So every time we use this camera, we take the SD card, put it on a computer, and then we are able to analyze the drivers side by side on the data. We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the SmartyCam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver is not. You see that one driver is oversteering and the other driver is pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
Time for your next category. It is the 206 Juniors and Cadets heading out onto the circuit. Here's your starting lineup. Amongst them is going to be Tegan Schneider and Leighton Mole on the front row. Adler Klein, Isaiah Maxey in row 2. Homer Heyman and William Richards. Cooper Mole, Will Wilkie, Trevor Perfetti, and Ryder Nesbitt rounding out your top 10. As we go through the rest of the field, Vince Krzyzewski, Brant Hutchins, and Drew Schneider, your only cadet driver. Let's see how far he can go up the field here today.
So again, he had mid-pack pace, Taylor, but because of the way we're actually splitting these classes and the fact that it's technically 2 different chassis, they actually pushed the 11 to the back of the field, but that has not stopped him from moving his way up into the field, whether it's on raw pace alone or maybe capitalizing on some mistakes of the other drivers. Hey, it's a whole new ballgame for the juniors, though. Isaiah Maxey and Adler Klein making a front row we have not seen at all, but so many drivers have been able to show their pace. You look at Leighton Mole, who's been fast in anything he's driven so far this weekend. Tegan Schneider, we know both Schneiders are fast, but can Tegan work their way back to the front of the field? Will Wilkie with a phenomenal recovery drive to the front on Saturday afternoon. Can they do the same Sunday? Standing by to the blue cones, and the green flag flies for Junior and Cadet 206s.
Already they start to jockey around for position as they work their way through. Tegan Schneider leads the charge there in the 22, and Isaiah Maxey right there up at the front of the field. How about Leighton Mole moving up to P2, and William Wilkie, he is on a charge. He tries to go 3 wide as they come out of the corner. Oh! Trouble for one driver. Maxey goes around.
Heartbreak for Maxey, who has been such an underdog this weekend. Here comes Will Wilkie to the outside. Schneider trying the inside, and we are almost 3 wide, going over the crest into turn number 7, still 2 by 2 by 2, heading into turn number 8. What a start for Will Wilkie, gaining 2 positions, and another for Schneider, 1 kart further off. We'll try to get a number plate for you as soon as possible, but Schneider goes from fourth to first, to get this done, with Mole gaining 2 positions as well. Big movers at the start. 3 positions gained, though, for Will Wilkie. It's the 218 of Brant Hutchins who goes around in turn number 8. And his fangs out and fights on at the front of this pack.
Yeah, tough break right there for Brant Hutchins as he will try to continue on his way here in this race as they work their way through. But for Leighton Mole, looking to try and collect another victory after winning yesterday, he is definitely going to be the one to watch as they climb up to the top of the hill. Wilkie, though, has the pace. I have to say, he's going to try to do something along with Adler Klein and Tegan Schneider.
Wilkie carrying a little bit too much momentum now. That will chop Mole from the remainder of the field. Schneider thought about a move going into turn number 9, but thought smarter up and lifted going into the point of the hook. Look at how much bumper, though, Klein is using on Schneider, trying to push them into this battle as we work our way back. Two of the Burrells going side by side across the line further back. Believe Mole in Furnish. Is Mole able to get that move done? But out in front, Mole, Wilkie, Schneider, and Klein still in the tracks of one another. And now bumper to bumper to bumper, just a little bit further back now. Homer Heyman, who got the purple lap that time by a 58.270, starts to work his way into this mix as well, coming out of turn number 7.
Yeah, he has a great run right here as they crest over the hill. Let's see what one decides to do. Does anyone decide to poke out? Nope. They're going to stay tucked up behind. We go a little further back, and there you see Drew Schneider working his way up into the top 10 as he tries to hunt down Krzeski, Furnish, and Mull up ahead of him.
Eli Furnish, who is going to, in a couple moments' time, jump out of the 206, hop in the junior shifter. Doing double duty today. And again, seeing some teamwork here at the start of this race from the time being. Tegan trying to use the bumper to at least separate get the two out in front and separate themselves from Klein and Hyman just on their 6. But they are so tucked into the rear bumper right now. It's actually been Leighton Mull who's been able to break away just a smidge. But again, as we come out of turn 7 over the crest, watch that gap narrow here as Wilkie, Schneider, Klein all close that gap. Wilkie always carrying just a little bit too much momentum there, trying to arc wide into turn number 9. That's left the door open a couple times for Schneider. Haven't seen a move just yet. Bold move from Klein, mowing the grass, trying to get P3 away. And they'll go side by side across the stripe. Frustration for Schneider. They know that this is potentially putting them out of the mix as they watch Wilkie and Mull go away, but they'll hold on to it. And Klein, getting a little bit too eager, is actually going to watch Hyman take that spot from him.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough break right there as Hyman will look to the round and hold the position here and take the spot away from Adler Klein. They're now starting to compress back up to your top 2 here for the time being as they make the charge out of turn number 5. Klein will give the push to the 43 of Homer Heyman, and Tegan Schneider closing back in on Wilkie as they come down into the corner. So far, your top 5 now back together again with Langley all by himself, just sitting in the catbird seat, ready to see if anyone straggler falls off the pace.
Honestly impressed how we haven't seen a straggler to this point. Try as Schneider might pushing Wilkie and Mull forward. Some eager driving from Klein has kind of kept everybody still in contention. We've seen some aggression with Wilkie on Mull as well. This is exactly where Leighton Mull wants to be at this point in the race. That's why you're not seeing a move from Wilkie. That's going to keep everybody further back, still in contention. Coming out of turn number 5 here, working through that first hairpin. And everybody still in contention, just over halfway home here in the Junior Cadet Finals for the 206s.
Tegan Schneider setting the lap record here today, breaking a lot of records here today as he'll look to the inside for second, tries to move Will Wilkie up the track, finds the opening, takes the spot away, and he will now set his sights on Leighton Mull as he'll look over the shoulder, try to see what the gap is, and work with Mull to push him away from Will Wilkie as Homer Heyman gets on his bumper.
2-second penalty on the way for your 5th place runner is now the 43 of Heyman. Slots through and drops another spot back for Wilkie. But 2-wheel tramline violation for Adler Klein, and that will be added at the end of this race. So no more issues there, unfortunately, for the 33. Here's this breakaway we're finally looking for as Schneider gives the bumper to Mull. Can Heyman, Klein and Langley close that gap? Are we going to see a move from Schneider now? If they want to lead this pack, this is the prime opportunity to do so. No moves here coming into turn number 9.
Nothing set up here just yet, and for right now, for Adler Klein with that 2-second penalty, that still would put him in 5th position as long as they run right now. As long as he doesn't lose too much time to this draft and not fall into the clutches of Langley, he should be fine, as already a new track record for Leighton Mole. He'll set fastest lap of the race.
Tegan Schneider just under a 1/10 of a second behind. And you start to see that gap gain 0.6 seconds between. Schneider with a big look to the inside at turn number 5. Not able to get that move done, but is definitely applying the pressure and reminding Leighton Mole that they are present and they are jonesing to lead this pack with 2.5 minutes to go through the fishhook. Turn 8. Are we going to see a peak? Not quite yet.
A lot of racing still to go as we watch along with Tegan Schneider and Leighton Mole approaching lap traffic of Hutchins as they come across the line. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go here as they cross the line. Schneider sets the pace again with another fast lap of the race as they close in on Hutchins and make short work of him. So far, so good. Hutchins being smart, giving way to the faster traffic as they enter into the break zone here, keeping that momentum and the RPMs up. Mole doing everything he can to just place the kart in the proper position to not have to worry about losing time on his competitors.
That's brutal for Klein, though. You can see that further back. It looks like Hutchins just cut back in at the wrong time, as now looks like Klein went off trying to close that gap, banging the wheel in frustration there. Not even sure if he's aware of the penalty yet, but that started with the blue flag traffic of Hutchins kind of cutting him away from this 2-car pack of Heyman and Wilkie. I'll tell you what, though, Wilkie giving a pretty hefty push here to Homer, and they're staying, most importantly, within that magic number we've been given. About 0.8 of a second is the magic number for that draft. Obviously, the closer you are to the kart in front of you, the more of a factor it will be. A little bit of a look to the inside, but for Schneider, but backs out of it going into turn number 4. And Heyman and Wilkie slowly but surely closing in. Looks like they're getting closer there, Taylor.
They certainly are. They have picked up about 1/10 of a second on your top 2 as they crest over the hill. It's now down about a kart length. Schneider falls off a little bit from Leighton Mole right there and has to gather it back up. And as they work their way through so far, Wilkie just keeps pushing the envelope with Heyman in order to stay up and keep the pace that they are showcasing here as they both, your top 2, look over the shoulder.
It'll be twin sticks next time by. Mole over Schneider, but here comes Homer Heyman and Will Wilkie. Those two further back finally start to spread out just a smidgen, but the accordion effect going to be in full play here as we work our way through turn number 3. We've seen so many looks from Tegan Schneider going into turn number 4. They'll still stay glued to the bumper of that Burrell TKG machine, but just behind Homer Heyman, trying to close that gap and pedal with all of his might.
He's got to keep pedaling because here comes Heyman and Wilkie as they make that push here. Adler Klein falls off the pace completely from your top 4 right now as we see Heyman gets a good run through the fishhook. Schneider trying to stay up to the back bumper of Mole, but I think he's focused on what's going on behind him instead of what's going on in front of him by the looks of it. He's got to be careful with that. Too much look over the shoulder as Schneider, he now fires off. He'll go side by side with your race leader as they dive into one. Schneider takes over the race lead.
Heyman gonna try and pick up the scraps, got right behind Leighton Mole and thought it was gonna be a multi-lane kind of scenario through turn 2, but no movement outside of the top 2 for now. Will Wilkie, what's he gonna do in that orange kart? A little bit wide there for Leighton Mole coming out of turn number 4. Thought we were gonna see an opportunity again there for Heyman. And now we start to go into that double-double split once again here, working down the back straightaway. Are we going to see another move back? Not too much action here in turn number 8 and 9. As Schneider goes a little bit wide, here comes Mole once again to the inside and gets that number 25 right back to the point.
Beautiful pass right there by Leighton Mull as they come around to take the white flag one more time around. Teagan knows he's got the pace here, but Mull goes on the defensive. He's going to hug that track as much as he can towards the bottom, make them work for it to go around the outside. Here comes Will Wilkie going around the outside to try to get third position away from Homer Heyman. Can't make it work. We got a couple of more passing opportunities.
Tried to carry that momentum working through turn number 2, but to no avail. But with this powder keg reaching its boiling point, it's about to explode, and it is with Schneider with a big dive. Heyman trying to go with him as Mull falls back. Wilkie at the tail end actually gets blocked a little bit by Homer Heyman as a result. Now it's the breakaway for Teagan Schneider. Here comes Wilkie to the inside of turn number 8. Tries to go all the way around. Heyman gonna go with him. Over-under attempted by Mull at the very end. And all this has done is allowed Teagan Schneider to break away from this 4-cart freight train and take victory. Checkered flag is out and Sunday belongs to the 9 of Teagan Schneider. Will Wilkie seizes the moment and gets it home in P2, and Leighton Mull able to fend off Homer Heyman for third.
Great racing action here to conclude in your 206 Junior category as the rest of the field will cross the line. And of course, for Drew Schneider, another win in the cadet category for him this weekend. That will make it win number 3 for him here today. Great points day for him as he tries to close in on Lawson in the closing few rounds here today. As that will conclude the 206 Junior and Cadets. It's now time for our final 206 class, the 206 Seniors, as they're firing off and ready to go next here on Kart Chaser. Let's take a look at your starting lineup here today for your 206 Seniors. It is going to be Addison Iannello on the front row with Braden Heaver, Gavin Degenhart right there with Brad Helton, followed by Hagerman, Deegan, and Speck right there in the hunt. 7 karts right there in this hunt for the position here. Addison Iannello looking to try to sweep the weekend in both senior classes. Got a little bit of work to do as Braden Heber is going to be a one to watch as well.
Heber's been jonesing for the opportunity to show that pace in the Grade 8. So too is Gavin Degenhart. He's been having some great opportunities, but he's just been so busy battling with Helton and Hagerman further behind. He's got an opportunity to get to the sharp end very quickly here with that inside line and maybe a little bit of help pushing with Garrett. Getting to P3 quickly is gonna be paramount here, Taylor.
Absolutely. Let's see how it all plays out here on the start of the race. Iannello on the inside in the Coyote. Heber on the outside in the Neon. Let's see what happens as they come into the tram line. Get set to go racing. Green flag is out and we're back underway here as Iannello leads the charge, heads down into turn number 1. Heber, though, power moves, tries to get the outside run, holds on to second place. We haven't seen that done as Degenhart and Helton try to fight their way through for third.
Still dead even side by side. Helton had to get off the throttle and I believe let Degenhart get through there as we work our way single file for the first time through turn number 5. But a very clean and green start here for the 7-card field. First prime overtaking opportunity coming up. A little bit of a peek to the inside there from Hagerman, but everybody staying in line. Hager didn't want to waste too much time though. Thought about that move on Iannello, then thought a little bit smarter of it. Coming out of turn 10 for the first time, Iannello, Haber, Helton, Dagerhart, and Hagerman, your top 5.
Good little fight here amongst the competitors as they continue to do battle amongst themselves and working their way through. Here they come down into turn number 2, and Iannello holds the charge right now. Heber now just taking his time. He's realized he's still got pace, but watch out because Helton with a head of steam tries to push his way through into turn number 3 and 4. Not going to work out for him. He'll tuck back in line. It's a top 4 breakaway as Degenhardt losing some pace there. Hagerman also falling off.
You got to feel like Haber's just kind of a little bit at the mercy. I don't want to say at the mercy, but Helton just behind here in the 223 could be a major, major help. We've seen so many times guys getting to the front of the 206 field because you get a monster push from a guy behind, and it's kind of like that domino effect, especially in bigger packs like this. One guy shoving into another, and we've seen that help big time. Helton doesn't want to push. He wants to get in front of Haber, though. Peek to the inside through turn number 1 and will fully clear him to make it a done deal by the end. Helton going to try and challenge Iannello to lead this thing.
Yes, he is. He's going to try to make the charge here and put the pressure on Addison Iannello for the race lead as they enter into turn number 3. Of course, Helton picked up the season opener win in your 206 Senior, looking to try to pick up win number 2 as Braden Heber is just trying to get some points racing done and maintain his championship lead here at the MCC.
Just further behind, don't count out Garrett Hagerman and Wyatt Deegan with just a little bit of pushing, and this top 4 group continuing to battle. They are in this mix as well. Middletown, Ohio's Brandon Helton, though, out in P2, coming out of the final corner. Not able to close that gap just yet. And now Haber is trying to push as well. Boy, this field's kind of starting to dilute a little bit here to start lap number 4.
Yeah, it just seems to be the case a little bit here amongst our competitors as they work their way around the circuit here, and keeping an eye on Heber as he works his way back up to the back bumper of Helton for a chance of a run. And can it work out in his favor? No, it cannot. He's now got a good run, though. Push the pressure on. Will he try going up the hill, trying something heading into the hook? He looks to the inside, looks to the outside, makes a quick little adjustment to his neck brace by the looks of it, and goes back at it once again.
So a new trend we are kind of seeing today is the one very fast person in the 206 going off into the open blue. We saw that earlier on with Katowski. It's likely we could see the same thing here if Helton and Haber don't have anything to say about it. But all of a sudden, Degenhardt's getting kind of hung out to dry here as he's struggling to keep up with this top 3 group. And the golden question, does anyone have anything for Addison Iannello, or is it going to be a 206 sweep for the driver of the 46?
Could be a possibility. We're going to have to find out here as we're approaching halfway for your competitors in your 206 Senior category as they work their way through there. You see the 95 of Wyatt Deegan, who got a warning flag for a tramline as, whoa, one driver goes around. That looks like to be not Deegan, but I think Hagerman loops it around and unfortunately drops back.
Looks like that thing's almost board slided between the tarmac and the grass there as tries to get that fired up. It is indeed Hagerman, one of the marshals, running over. And a big push there to try and get the 91 back out on track, and away he goes. Heartbreak for Hagerman.
Absolutely. He was looking to have such a good top 5 finish here as he will now drop to P7. So he's got some work to do here as he tries to see what he can accomplish in the closing of this race. But meanwhile, for Addison Iannello, still leading the charge here with Brandon Helton, as well as Braden Heber right there behind. Your top 3 have started to break away from the rest of the competition here, and it's now down to a 3-horse race heading into the hook.
Wide arc there for Heber. And again, doesn't have to defend, so he can carry all of that momentum, run all the way up to the grass in 9 and attack that apex in 10. Draft isn't as much of an effect there, so you don't have to run right in the tracks, but now you'll see him get right back into the cookie cutter formation and stay on the tracks of the 2 in front. Helton right on the bumper now, of Iannello. Will we see a move in the next couple of corners, or are we going to see a little bit more reservation here from the 223?
We're gonna have to find out here, because the 223 of Brandon Helton is just gotta find his way, because he knows if he waits too long, Heber's gonna be all over his back bumper, and that's gonna cause more problems that will bring in more competitors. Degenhardt is not too far behind, so if he finds that opening to take the pass, he's gotta take it and go with it, in hopes that Heber follows, and then him and Iannello do not go back trading blow after blow, working around this circuit to where everyone gets back into the fight.
Can you hear the two-strokes starting to warm up in the background with junior and pro shifters coming up? Then we move over to the KAs, starting with masters, juniors, and seniors to wrap up our Sunday and wrap up round number 6 of the MCC Pro-Am Championship. And then we're back here for the final weekend in October, Halloween.
Keeping an eye here, and always Halloween, it's a fun little event here, so make sure you tune in on Kart Chaser on the first week of October as we watch the field work their way through. Iannello still holding strong with under 3 minutes to go. Helton and Heber also just now settling in. I think right now is the time to just continue to settle down, get to the end of the race before you start thinking about setting up for those passes. A lot can still happen between now and that checkered flag, so just keep trying to expand that gap, not worrying about bringing in more competitors, as actually we're seeing that here with Helton trying to push Iannello away from Heber in order to make it a 2-horse race here for the finish.
Getting off the bumper just a little bit. And I want you to notice how much more reserved these guys are being in the actual apex, just because any of that bumper-to-bumper contact is going to bog down the motor so much, which is why you're kind of forced to be reserved when you're running right behind somebody. And that reservation for Helton has slowly dragged Heber right back into the mix. Minute and 45 seconds to go here in the 206 Sr Final. Still a 3-horse race. And when this clock hits 0 and we get the twin sticks out, it is going to be fangs out as Helton and Heber try to take this lead away from Addison Iannello.
Absolutely, as Addison continues to hold strong here. Last time by, of course, the fastest lap goes to Helton. Iannello still setting some good pace here around the circuit as they continue to put on a great show amongst your top 2. Heber now starting to fall off the pace here. He could try to just set himself up for a good little run and push to the finish, but he's got to be careful not to lose too much of that draft and fall further behind.
The kid from Independence, Kentucky, Braden Heber just behind, as he is no stranger to the 206 power plant, running in Cup Karts North America, doing Battalion of Karts earlier this year, as well as a full-time in MCC. Also some guy you're used to, Taylor, seeing him in an Indy Karting Challenge. So a plethora of different regional and sometimes national stuff for the 8. He's trying to work his way back into this mix. Starting to get in the danger zone, though.
Yeah, he's starting to fall off the pace here. He's about 4/10. He's still within a little bit of the toe of the draft, but he's got to be careful not to fall too much further behind. Otherwise, it will be a big-time change for him as far as losing up and keeping pace with your top 2. Coming around this time to get 2 laps to go for Addison Iannello and Brad Helton as they work their way through around the track here, and as they make their way into the braking zone of the hook. Braden Heber right there trying to keep up with the pace here and losing about a kart length since the last time they came around. Out of the final corner, 2 laps to go for Addison Iannello as she tries to hold on and sweep the weekend in 206 Senior. Helton does a great job to keep the pace up and put the pressure on to see if they can pull away from Braden Heber here in the closing stages. Down the back straightaway, over into turn number 3. Really good run for him as he holds his line and makes the punt work and try to see if they can pull away and put the pass setup on her for the final time.
Aber in the back still within striking distance, but starting to see the chrome horn used a little bit more from Helton. First prime overtaking opportunity coming into turn number 8. Still no takers, but Iannello has tended to overcook it here a little bit and leave that door open into 9. Not this time, as everybody still remains in line. Brandon Helton, the fastest man on track at 59.918. Been consistently faster the past couple of times than Iannello. White flag, and all of a sudden Helton gets thrown to the wolves as Haber is right on the bumper behind.
I don't know about that. You see this a lot in super speedway racing, just like what we see here in 206 Karts. He's backing up a little bit, trying to see if he can get Heber to push him and get a slingshot engage in order to get around Addison Iannello. He did a great job of that, but just ran out of time before they got into turn number 1. Let's see what he can do as they work their way up to the top of the hill and set himself up for the hook. As they climb the hill, we'll see as Iannello goes defensive, trying to go to the bottom. Heber's going to stay up wide against the corner to stay up with the pace to see if he can cross to the inside. Big time contact as Iannello shuts the door on Helton as they snake their way through for the final time. Out, Heber shoves the driver of Brad Helton out of the way, but that gives plenty of time for Addison Iannello. Welcome to sweeping the weekend here at MCC as it's a drag race for second place side by side. It will be Helton who beats Heber to the line, but Addison Iannello is your winner in the 206 senior category.
Phenomenal drive from Iannello to not crack under pressure. It was Heber trying to give Helton that big push and fight both of them through, but Iannello predicted the move, shut the door on him into turn number 9, and fended 2 hard-charging guys right behind off to take this win. Heartbreak for Gavin Deeganhart, who got left behind. Deegan, Specht, and Garrett Hagerman rounding out your field. We're shifting gears when we come back here from Cincy. It's the junior shifters on deck.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Well, here we go to our first of shifting gears and having fun with the junior shifters out on track for their race. And here is your running order. I see a couple of different drivers showing on track. Leighton Mull, of course, we've seen Nico Katowski, William Richards, but also we have one more out there. Trying to see if we'll get him to come across the line, showcase on starting lineup. Eli Furnish, also another driver out there. And looks like another one who I'm not familiar with, Kataus in the 92. Oh, Nico Katowski. Sorry about that. I was showing you a little bit different on the timing scoring, but Nico Katowski starting 4th position as well here in this race.
Ethan Langley, also one of the newcomers today, rolling off in 3rd, as we apologize with the starting grid not wanting to play ball with us but it is going to be Furnish, Mole, Langley, and Katowski, your starting grid, and it's going to be a lot less drama on these opening laps as we're already rolling off 2 by 2 here. It was a standing start for the pre-final, and I believe the game plan is to do the same here for the JS final. Everybody batched up, coming out of turn number 9. And we should be bunched up nice and early here for 10 minutes of green flag running.
We'll see how this all plays out as they get set. Sean Bailiff ready to point them out of where they need to go to get set for the standing start action.
Four karts on the grid. Bailiff giving them the thumbs up. Lights on.
Here we
Revs build, and we're underway for Junior Shifter. Great start on the inside for Furnish, and will immediately get to the apex. More of a slow start further behind as Langley and Katowski again have trouble getting going. But it is already Furnish versus Mole for the point.
Already good run right here for your competitors as they try to snake their way through, but for Mole and Furnish, they have already pulled out away from Langley and Katowski. Katowski already trying to have to wait and see what he can do. We know he's got pace, but the problem is he likes to work his way up through and be the pace setter later in the run instead of in the beginning of the stages of the race. So keep an eye and see what Katowski can do in your Junior Shifter category as Mole puts the pressure on Furnish out of the final corner to put the opening lap up on the board.
Was a strong start to the pre-final for Furnish, but fell back. Same could be said for Langley right now as he fends off heading into turn 2 against Katowski, but holds on to that position for the time being. But I mean, it's been the two Burrells out in front for the majority of this weekend. But good defense practice for Langley as here comes Katowski on the inside of 5. Done deal as Langley mows the grass just a little bit and comes back out.
Watching on here as Furnish continues to try to stretch out that race lead us up to about half a second as they come out of the final couple of corners. Leighton Mole, little big slide right there though for Furnish, opening the door for Leighton Mole to take over the position and drag race him for the race lead. He'll duck back in line as Furnish will continue to lead that lap. And Mole sets fastest lap of the race. Then Katowski moving up to P3 with the fastest lap.
Good practice for defense here from Eli Furnish, who is not cracked under pressure just yet. A great exit on that final corner from Mole, trying to plant and launch from the inside. Not able to get that move done just yet. Mole has easily been the best with the right foot of our 4-car pack so far. Look at Furnish defending, going all the way to the inside, heading into turn number 8. And again, you're reaching that apex so much quicker into the hook. It's so much more difficult to make that move necessarily on the entry of the corner, but on exit after you're kind of by the curbings, we've seen Mole be able to just plant and launch going down the front straightaway.
Really good fight here amongst them as they work their way around the circuit here, keeping an eye on the competition. Mole and Furnish really trying to power their way through. Katowski trying to close back in. He's picked up half a second on your competitors as he works his way to close in on this group of 2.
Big lunge to the outside, and immediate done deal there for Leighton Mole. As I'm curious what the move was there for Furnish. Here comes Katowski further behind, and now it becomes a 3-kart battle for the lead. Can Furnish hold on? And can Mole hang on to the rear end? Because he is hammering that thing on the exit of 3. Some frustration there from Katowski and going off the visor. Not entirely sure what the source of that is. But he is right there now trying to strike.
Watching on to see here, because here comes Katowski to the inside. He'll make the move and put himself up into second place. Beautiful pass on the driver of Eli Furnish as he now climbs the hill, sets his sights on Leighton Mole, and here comes Furnish back onto the bottom of the racetrack. He'll send it in deep. Little contact, that'll push him up the track, and that will put Katowski back in second place.
Nico used the bumper to get it done there, carry that extra speed, and almost got Furnish in the grass, and that'll give a head full of steam to Furnish now as he'll tuck back in line, looks to the inside as we cross the stripe. Hand up from Katowski like, sure dude, do what you want, and the bumper again to Nico. Side by side, and Katowski and Furnish going back and forth here for P2. Another look to the outside, heading into turn 4. And Furnish thinks smarter of it and gets back in line. That's 2 different moves where Nico decided to use the bumper there to get Furnish out of the way.
Absolutely, as he tries to gather himself back up, but here comes Furnish back on the attack. He'll look to the inside as it's time to put the elbows out and put on us a show here in this late stages of the race. Halfway this time by as they cross the line. A little bit of a slide right there by Mole. This could open the door for Katowski to take back second place or take back the race lead.
Here comes Furnish to the inside. We're 3 abreast halfway home. And Katowski continues to try and work to the lead. Will finally get it done. Goes the long way around to steal it from Leighton Mole. And Furnish trying to pick up the scraps now with a look to the inside of turn number 4. Done deal. Great stuff from Katowski and Furnish.
Great racing amongst them here indeed as Katowski and Mole and also Furnish just continue swapping back and forth. Now Mole is really trying to get himself resettled to try to get back to the front of the field with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Really good fight here as Katowski starts to kick in the afterburners as he tries to see if he can now lead the charge as they come out of the final corner. 4 minutes plus 2 to go.
Look to the inside. Here comes Furnish with a peek. Backs out of it. And wanted to be ethical about trying to challenge for the lead against Katowski. That's lost a lot of momentum, though, for the 4 kart. As you can see now, 6-7 kart lengths between the two. And now Mole going to take a look with a dive to the inside. Backs out of it.
Right now, everything... Yeah, he backs out of it right now. He's not going to push the envelope. He might need to come and slow it down a little bit, cool off them tires. There's still quite a bit of racing left to go. You don't want to overcook these tires, especially in the shifters. You'll see sometimes drivers in the shifter category back off a little bit, let those tires cool down, and then go back on the attack again once they realize that they can really have enough grip to get around this circuit. So maybe that's what we could see Furnish doing. Mole's starting to fall off the pace. He knows that, but here comes Furnish to the inside. New track record, and Katowski crosses him up out of 1 side by side and makes the pass stick and will retain the race lead.
Carbon copy of how he defended that move from Furnish just a handful of laps ago, as Furnish tried to open that conversation up, and now he'll do it again. Coming out of turn number 5, lifts off and gives Katowski the position once again, as Mole continues to try and close that gap further behind, with shaking his head to finish the lap last time by. I don't know if he's seemingly missing something in that 25 or if there's frustration there. But you got to realize there's a lot more sun on this track than it was for the final yesterday. And now Katowski gonna have to defend once again. Are we gonna see it? Katowski going the long way around to defend, and Furnish has to back out. Great defense there from Nico Katowski.
Great drive indeed. He's able to hold on. Looks over the shoulder as here comes Furnish around the outside to see if he can make it work. Not going to work to his advantage as he loses a couple of tenths off corner exit. Mole slides it around as he tries to hold on. Katowski goes back on the defense as Furnish cuts in the gears and tries to make the run for the race lead. He'll go further down to the bottom, crosses up to the top side, now slides his way back in line to V-corner this race and see what he can do.
Tried selling a dummy to the outside, and Nico was not buying it one bit. Another look to the inside from Furnish. 3 wide once again with 1:30 seconds to go. And Furnish gonna plant and launch. Here comes Mole to the inside to try to make it a twofer. And Katowski in just a handful of corners is gonna go from first to third. Not for long though, because now Katowski dives into turn 2. and will snatch that position back. Clean running out in front for the first time for Eli Furnish.
Tough fighting action here amongst your competitors as Eli Furnish now will try to pull away from your second and third place competitors. Mole is now trying to cool him off and get set to make a charge for the race lead with 3 laps to go here this time by as they make the run. Katowski seems like he's starting to fade a little bit here. One of the slowest laps he's run in quite some time as he tries to catch back up and close in on Mole as they come out of the final corner. 3 laps to go this time by.
End of the weekend tires are running out of life. Track hotter than it's been this entire weekend as well. Eli, though, still putting on the pace, a 10th faster last time by than the remainder of the pack, a 50.414 compared to Nico's 55.42. So that clean air is really proven to be advantageous for the time being. Katowski trying to gather himself back up in the 92, still within striking distance for the draft. It'll be twin sticks next time by. Can Katowski close that gap, or can Eli Furnish arrive and drive to a victory on Sunday?
It is time to see who will come to the top step of the podium. Here they come out of the final corner. 2 laps to go. The gap between Katowski and Furnish as they come across the line. Last time by was under a second. This time by is now down 2/10, a new track record for Nico Katowski. He is setting the pace and ready to go and take the fight, but does he have the time?
Bit of a bobble there for Mole, went very late on the brakes, backstepped out going into turn number 2. And we'll need a monster lap and these two battling each other to come back into the mix. And I'll tell you what, Katowski looking for the right time to pounce as we come out of 7 over the hill. Furnish, middle of the track, trying to give that commitment issue to Katowski, whichever lane it's going to be. It'll be narrow. And again, Furnish hugging low, trying to defend that inside line for the time being. Good launch from Katowski, massaging that right foot down and opening up the throttle. White flag out for Eli Furnish. Are we going to see a new winner in Junior Shifter?
One way to find out as they make the run out of turn number 2. Here comes Katowski with a head of steam. He'll try to set himself up for a big run coming through the corners, and as they bang the gears down into the corner braking zone, really good run corner exit for Nico Katowski as he puts the pressure on. He's got a couple of good passing opportunities left as they climb the hill here for the final time. Nico Katowski doing everything he can as he tries to figure out what he can do as he tries to find the opening. Slide coming through for Eli Furnish. He'll look to the inside, makes the pass complete, and tries to see if he can cut away from the competition. Out of the final corner, Nico Katowski with a textbook last corner pass will capture the flag here as he comes across the line to win in Junior Shifter.
From the top rope into turn number 4, the mother of all dive bombs gets the job done for Nico Katowski. What a fight for Eli Furnish, though. Able to figure it out very quickly and run with the best of them in Junior Shifter. On to the pros here. We'll move on to Pro Shifter in just a few moments' time. Stay with us.
It's now time to get set for your Pro Shifter category. On the front row, it will be Gavin Bailiff with Chase Gilhart right there, Fred Robertson and Ben Lyda, Doug Duff, and of course, we'll have Jeff Carroll battling it out with us here in the Pro Shifter category, as here they come around to do their two qualifying, or not their qualifying laps, their two warm-up laps, and then we will turn them loose for 10 minutes plus 2 laps.
Looks like we will indeed run it around one more time, but Gavin Bailiff, Chase Gilhart, Fred Robertson, Doug Duff, and Ben Lyda, your top 5 to kick things off here for the Pro Shifter Final. Huge thank you to all of our sponsors here for the MCC Cincinnati Pro-Am Karting Championship: Vrome Lubricants, IAME, Power Plants, MG Tires, TAP Racing Engines, Lucky Design, and Sunoco Race Fuel. Still a couple of rounds here for you to come in and join the fun. You can visit mccproamkarting.com to learn more. Reminder that you can also follow us on Instagram at Kart Chaser to see karting events in action all across America. That's at kart.chaser. Also KC Kids and KC Grassroots for junior content and regional and club level. Six by 6 here as the 3 rows are all lined up. Lights are on, revs are building. Lights are out, let's go, it's Pro Shifter Final. Chase Gilhart gonna lead him, but an early dive to the inside from Gavin Bailiff nearly sweeps the nose there. Chase Gilhart does in front, but it's an early Burrell TKG breakaway here with Robertson trying to give chase.
Gilhart and company try to work their way through, but Bailiff will sit comfortably in the second position for the time being as they come up to the top of the hill for the first time at full song. Fred Roberts and Doug Duff will start back in the top 5 as Ben Lyda will see what he can do here in this stage of the race as he's trying to put the pressure on the driver of Roberts and Duff as they come through out of the final quarter to start the opening lap. Here comes the driver of Gilhart across the line. Bailiff will follow suit as they work their way over to turn 2.
First complex of corners, difficult for us to see moves done there with the long sweeping corners. The shifters prefer more of the stop-start, which is why they love the fishhook here, or that final corner on the national layout. But Gavin Bailiff still maximizing every opportunity here to make a move. Look to the outside, Gilhart shutting the door. Further back to Robertson, Duff, and Lyda. As Ben Lyda trying to make a move around the outside. Wanted to try and get that done. We missed the move for Gavin Bailiff going into the fishhook, and we've got a new leader to start lap number 2.
Yep, indeed. Gavin Bailiff to the front of the field once again and setting the pace here as trouble for Gilhart. He'll go wide into the grass.
And assuming we don't see a mistake here from Gavin out in front, that's pretty dang close to ball game. With Robertson, Duff, and Light of the Wolfpack coming to chase P2. You can already see Tracksider on screen just how big that gap is between Bailiff and Gilhart. As now Robertson with a little bit of a peek. Or excuse me, Duff looking for a move on the inside. Him getting over eager might give Lyda a move. Nope, not yet. So 4 seconds already. The gap now between Gavin Bailiff and Chase Gilhart. He tacks a purple lap on top of that with a 47.425. With Robertson, Duff, and Lyda struggling to get below the 49s.
That just shows you the pace that Gavin Bailiff has here as we watch Gilhart, of course, with that off track. That will set him up at the pace where he is not wanting to be at right now as we watch the battle for the third position between Roberts, Duff, and Lyda. Lyda going to try to go around the outside, trying to diamond the corner a little bit, get a better run off corner exit. Not going to work, but as he stalls it, misses a shift right there, and now has to go back and try to hunt down your drivers ahead of Duff and Roberts.
Might have just missed a gear there and had the cart bogged down. You could see him correct it there by pulling and dropping a gear to launch again out of that 10th corner. But again, just one mistake like that, it's so hard to fight yourself back into contention here, to chip away delta-wise. But with Robertson constantly trying to make moves here and defend from Duff, it's brought Lyda right back into the mix. Dive to the outside through turn number 9. Can't quite get there. Long way around has been so difficult, especially in karts this fast. A look to the inside now from Duff as he tries to clear Robertson. Unable to get there just yet. We'll have a little bit of a peek again as we cross the line to end lap number 5. Can't get it done.
Here comes Lyda, though. He'll try to see if he can get his way back around the outside and now puts the pressure on. Misses another shift right there. He'll drop back a couple of kart lanes that time. Has to now try to find that gear. It's so critical to make sure you time it and listen to those RPM when you're going through the gears here with these shifter karts. One bad shift and it could cost you, but he gets back on it. Trouble though for Duff as he goes a little bit wide. This opened up the door for Lyda. He's not going to make the pass just yet. He's going to just let him gather it back up, make the run here as they come into turn 10 through 12 as they snake their way through the S's and get back on the throttle as they come across the start-finish line. Gavin Bailiff sets a new track record as we touch on that briefly, and we'll watch the battle for P3 as they come across the line halfway.
And it's Robertson now watching these two scrap, who's trying to run away with it as we work our way through the long sweeping right-hander of turn number 3. And a big dive to the outside from Ben Lyda. Wanted to make it stick, so the outside became the inside through the hairpin, but it's not enough as Lyda continues to give the bumper there to Doug Duff as they work their way onto the back straightaway. And these two battling is just letting Robertson take off for the time being. They need to lock in and not even work with one another, essentially just coexist on the racetrack. Because if they keep fighting with one another, Taylor, there's going to be no shot for them to get on the podium.
Absolutely, and so they got to be careful with that here as Lyda goes back on the attack here, trying to get himself ready to go, and all of them running around the same lap times, which is incredible here. So a great run and learning opportunity for a driver like Lyda as he misses another shift right there again. He's got to be careful with that. Here comes Doug Duff. He puts the pressure on Fred Roberts to try and see if he can get onto a podium finish here today.
10th of the weight, size, and power of a Formula One car, but with how little track there is and how much power it has relative to scale, you're mowing through the 6 gears in this thing like a Formula One car. Boom, 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 boom. So it's very understandable, especially if you don't have that gearbox totally dialed in or have your ratios the way you remembered it, to make a mistake, miss a shift, and that is crucial to maximizing your exit speed and being able to use all 50 of those horses to your left.
Absolutely. You are talking about one of the most amazing power-to-weight ratio karts in all of motorsports here. It's basically, like you said, driving a Formula One car inches off the ground as they work their way out of the cut-through in turn 5 and make the climb up the hill through turn 6 and 7. Up the air they go, and Ben Lyda trying to see if he can set himself up for another pass. He gets right on the bumper of Doug Duff and that CRG. He'll go around the outside. Can he try to over-under? No, not going to work this time by. He'll have to be careful as he misses another gear. Got to be careful with that. He was able to get back in it really quick enough to keep up the pressure, but Doug Duff just being smooth and consistent.
Here comes Lyda. Good run. We'll take a peek to the inside going through turn number 2. The move that's been 8 minutes in the making finally comes for Ben Lyda as he works his way up into P4. He'll challenge Robertson for that bottom spot on the crates.
He's certainly going to try his best to. He's running about a 10th off the pace of Fred Roberts, but I think this time by, he is really showcasing the speed now as he'll look to the inside.
Here he comes.
Roberts try to keep him blows. Here they come. Lyda up to the podium again.
First time we've seen Ben Lyda out in open air, and will try and take off. Is there anything that Fred Robertson has? Or is that sausage and whiskey racing cart going to take off into the open blue? Good gap immediately off rip. But what a lap from Ben Lyda to take 2 karts in 1 trip around.
How about a blistering new track record in shifters for Gavin Bailiff of 46.34 to set the pace here today in the closing minutes with 1:20 plus 2 to go.
Third, fourth, and fifth finally starting to dilute here. As now Duff is slowly closing that gap to Fred Robertson in the 93. And for reference, there is your leader, Gavin Bailiff, just coming up over the crest. What a phenomenal drive. It's been 11 seconds up from the faltering Chase Gilhart.
Yep, Gilhart had a couple of great runs, but it looks like he does not have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with one of the top biggest superstars in shifter kart racing. Gavin Bailiff looking to try and continue on with a great run as he makes himself known and ready for 2 of the biggest events happening here in the coming months. Of course, in October, he will be competing in the FIA World Karting Championship in the KZ2 category, and then the road to Las Vegas with the SCUSA Super Nationals happening later on this year as well. We'll be sure to keep an eye and seeing what he can accomplish this year in Pro Shifter.
Been super fun to watch Gavin drive wherever it is, and whether it's shifter or fixed gears. But has been competing in Supernats since 2017, running an X30, and has slowly worked his way up in the Pro Shifter class, 26th last year, and will try to work his way further up and gain that ever valuable seat time for the Super Bowl of go-karts in Vegas in just a couple of months.
Up the top of the hill for the final time, TKG and Burrell Art once again looking to go for another victory here at the home track. And for Gavin Bailiff, he will snake his way around to take the white flag one more time around for him, and with his showcasing incredible pace here, could he try to go and beat his track record one the final time? He's close that time, a 46.39 to his 46.34. I have a feeling he might have something left in the tank to try and set another track record as he works his way back on the back half of the course for the final time.
Gotta ask how much is left though in those tires, and the track has only been heating up. You do have 10 minutes or so of laying rubber down, so that's certainly gonna help. But a lack of drafting help and a plethora of factors have not affected this pace for Gavin Bailiff one bit. Out of the fishhook for the final time. Looks rock steady just over the edge of the tarmac, but out of 11 and 12, Gavin Bailiff dominates at home to take the Pro Shifter win. Out of the fishhook, Chase Gilhart gonna be kicking himself over what could have been, but the damage is minimized. He fends off Ben Lyda with blistering pace. And Ben Lyda in the 991, an incredible drive for him. 2 karts in 1 lap, and will go from 6th to 3rd as now Duff defends. Coming to the line, lapping Carroll. And that will be all she wrote for your Pro Shifter final. Bailiff, Gilhart, Lyda, Robertson, Duff, and Carroll. Your final results. We'll go back to the fixed gear in just a few moments' time when the KA Masters take to the track. Stay with us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe.
That is right. For only $9.99 a month, you can catch all the great premium Kart Chaser coverage throughout the rest of the entire year, leading up to the biggest show, the Super Nats in Las Vegas. As we take a look at your starting lineup, Chris Kutcher, Andy Kutcher on the front row. And then, of course, you have Jennings, Bokina, Armstrong, Meyer, Hamilton, Leahy up there at the front end. I have to say, they put Andy Kutcher back in 8th place right here, so I'm curious if there's a change, or did Andy Kutcher decide to put us on a show and show us that he can work his way through the field and have a shot of taking over the race lead in 10 minutes plus 2 laps?
Try to get a story there. Some more waving further back as I believe there might have been an issue with one of the karts. Could have been an issue as well with Andy maybe leaving the grid, had some engine troubles. But it looks like we'll run them as they're gridded up. So the comeback drive from Andy Kutcher will try to work his way from 8th as we see the green flag. Here comes Bacano to the inside. He'll take P2 instantly from Damian Jennings as they tussle and bustle further back as we work our way through turn 3 for the first time.
Already working their way through, Chris Kutcher is trying to do. And how about Andy Kutcher already picking up 2 spots and now going for 3 in only a couple of corners here as he puts the pressure on. He'll look his way to the inside, now cross back over to the outside as he tries to find his way around the 244 of Armstrong, as we see some battling for second between Jennings and Bacino. Bacino holding strong in second as here comes Jennings, the Irishman, down to the bottom, shuts the door on him though. Bacino maintains second.
Flying Irish in the 275, tried to get the bumper down into turn number 9. A little bit of a tire drag further back from Armstrong in the 245. On the move is Kutcher as he tries to work his way already from 8th to 4th. Phenomenal driving from Andy in the 296 as he works his way now to the rear bumper of Jennings. It's only taken a lap for him to work his way into this mix. And by the way, Chris doesn't need no brotherly help one bit. Already a second up from the remainder of the field.
Absolutely an incredible drive we're seeing right here from the drive of Andy Kutcher. He's already picking up a couple of more spots as he comes up to the top of the hill, looking to try to break into the podium here. Not going to work this time. He'll double back, but finds the door wide open as he will get around Jennings for 3rd.
Weird bobble there from Jennings. I think chucked it in just a little bit too fast and had to gather it back up, and that allowed Kutcher to sail by and slot right in. But you can already see this gap developing. It's only taken 2 laps, but Andy Kutcher goes from P8 to P2. Is there any way he can close this gap to Chris?
One way to find out here as they make the run up through the corners, and here he goes. The gap now 1.9 seconds between Andy and Chris Kutcher, and Andy, of course, looking for his 5th win of the season. Chris trying to get his 2nd win of the season as they work their way up to the top of the hill. The gap still is starting to close just a little bit, but still quite a bit of racing left to go. Only just under 7-8 minutes to go, plus 2 laps.
One's from New Orleans putting the pressure on the remainder of this field as the magic cart of Wesley Meyer was getting fangs out there trying to clear Jennings in the 275. And now here comes Myers with a good run on Bocano. A little bit of a peak going through turn 2. Can't make that move done just yet.
Watching on here to see how this all plays out, because we're seeing Bocchino and Jennings along with Meyer really trying to focus themselves up and go back for a run on your top two, but so far that is not going to work out amongst them as they gather themselves back up to make the drive up through the gears and work up to the back bumper of the Kutcher brothers, but so far that is not working out in their favor.
Andy is chipping away at that gap, though. We're seeing him start to break away from this field of Bocchino, Jennings, and Meyer. Last lap by, gap was 1.2 seconds. Unfortunately, it isn't helping. Here comes Jennings to the inside of Bocchino as we go side by side into turn number 2. Short way around for Jennings. He'll get that spot back from the 227.
Absolutely. We're going to see how this all plays out amongst them as they try to get themselves ready for the final push here as they approach halfway this time by. And so far, Bocchino really trying to hold off the hard charge of Jennings and company, but Jennings really starting to pull away now as he moves up to P3.
Just to move further back, by the way, is Wesley Meyer losing that spot to Stephen Armstrong in the 24. Here's another fight. Greg Lee versus Neil Hamilton. This is the battle for 8th. As it looks like the 290 of Hamilton going to take the long way around. Good move there.
Self up for another run here as they watch their way through. Meyer, though, dropping further and further back here as he will drop outside of the top 5.
A little bit of bumper being used there from Armstrong. From Meyer on Armstrong. As now these 4 start to accordion behind the Irishman, the 275 of Damian Jennings. Armstrong just a little bit wide, leaves that door open for Meyer. Won't lunge just yet. But they are mighty close, working their way out of turn number 10. Can't get that move done just yet. Personal best lap last time for Andy Kuchar of 51.665. That's 4/10 up from Chris Kuchar, running a 52 even there. So that gap slowly but surely is now starting to chip away, and that pace is going back to the 296.
So far, it's now going to go back in that favor. Jennings starting to fall off as he tries to hold off Bocchino and company. Armstrong also in the hunt with Meyer as well. Really good fight we're seeing amongst them as they try to do battle for the race lead here. And so far, a lot could go on in these closing minutes here as we watch and see the gap between Andy and Chris Kuchar. As they come across the line, it was 1.6 seconds. Now, another 3/10 made between Andy and Chris, 1.3.
Watching your battle for the podium here as we head into turn number 2. Bocchino, we have not really seen running towards the sharp end of this field today. He's been battling with Jennings for a vast majority of it. And further back with some teamwork for Armstrong and Meyer. You certainly could see those two working into the mix as well. Jennings going middle of the track, then flicking up to defend. We've seen Jennings struggle through turn number 8 a couple of times. He takes it a lot better this time by. But Bocchino's got confidence on the binders. He's able to get right to the tail of the 275, and with 3 minutes to go, that battle for the bottom step of the podium, Taylor, is all but over. And that gap between our front 2 brothers are narrowing. Another 2/10 gained by Kuchar. It's a 1.1 second gap.
It certainly is, because Andy Kuchar is closing and barreling down on his brother. This is going to make it an exciting roundtable discussion with the 2 brothers at dinner time here tonight.
Okay, now right on the bumper now. No usage of the chrome horn. Again, no limiter here on these 2-stroke motors. So you can overspeed as much as you like. Another look to the inside there from Bocchino. Doesn't make the lunge yet. He knows that Armstrong and Meyer are right behind. He doesn't want to give them a fighting chance here. And Armstrong with a great exit Out of turn number 10, trying to break that gap. And the pack starts to dilute here. Wesley Meyer actually making that move for P5. We missed that off camera, but that 25 is actually cleared. Armstrong there for P5. Bocono with another look here going into turn number 4. Keeps on running it shallow into the corners. And that's allowing Damian Jennings to roll all of that speed on exit. And why you're seeing that gap widen as we come out of 7. What's the move here into turn number 8? Not out of striking distance yet, Taylor.
No, he is not. Bocono and Jennings are still going to battle it out here as the Tony Kart gets a good run out of turn number 10. But right here, we see Jennings just get a better run off of turn 12 and beyond, which will allow him to pull away just a tick. He actually sets his personal best lap of the race as Andy Kutcher continues to tick away more at his brother, as right now the gap between them is under a second.
And once we get to that 8/10 marker, that's when the draft is going to start coming into play. And the faster you go, the closer you are, the more that comes into effect. He's only got 2 laps left when this timer runs out, so about 3 laps to make that move possible. But he has been charging hard. And Chris Kuchar right now has just been seeing nothing in front, hasn't had a reference in front of him. He's been losing time slowly, and for the first time, the pace goes back to Chris. It's a 1/10 loss for Andy. And that timer goes back over a second. What about Bocono? He continues to apply the pressure onto Jennings. Cannot make that move just yet. Back over to Andy.
Back over to Andy, and it's still now just at a second. It's kind of plateaued here for the moment. A lot could go on between now and the finish here as they come around to get the 2-lap-to-go signal as Chris Kuchar just continues to maintain the gap. Doesn't want to lose time, but doesn't want to try to burn the tires here in the closing laps as he works his way through into the S's. Here comes Andy, though, with a great run through the S's out of the hook and makes his charge as they come across the start-finish line. We'll see what the gap is between the two of them here with 2 laps to go across the line for your race leader. And it's a big-time gain of 0.3 of a second between himself and Andy Kutcher.
Gonna take a biblical send here to get it done, but it makes sense with Chris making that mistake. If you carry too much speed into turn 8, you've got to spend the whole rest of that complex kind of gathering it up and correcting yourself. We've had some issues here for Steven Armstrong. He's fallen way back down into 8th. We'll try and get you some information as we find it. Down to the backstretch for the final time. Andy, hypothetically, within drafting range. It's going to take a biblical send here into turn 9 to get it done. It won't be enough. Out of turn 10 for the final time. Andy, a phenomenal drive from 8th to 2nd. He can't get the big one, though. Checkered flag is out, or white flag. Chris Kuchar just needs one more.
Yep, we got one more time for Chris Kuchar, so Andy still got a little bit of time to try to catch back up. He didn't really make a big dent, though, compared to the last time. He's got to do more than just under 1/10 of a second if he wants to go catch his brother, but I think Chris Kuchar is just starting to just settle in, hold his lines, and hit his marks, and he will come home with his 2nd career win of the season as he comes up to the top of the hill for the final time. Chris Kuchar looking to try to capture the flag and put a stop to the domination that his brother Andy has been doing all season long. Through the hook he will go one more time, and out of the final corner, Chris Kuchar gets a great run and will come out on top with a victory number 2 here at the MCC in the Pro-Am Karting Championship.
Not done yet for the podium. Here comes Jennings out of the final corner. The Flying Irishman able to defend from Ethan Bocono, who will come home in P4. Nobody home for Wesley Meyer in 5th. And it'll be Hamilton, Leahy, and Armstrong to wrap up this KA Masters final. On to some multi-class madness. We go over to the Mini and Micros in just a few minutes' time.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Paulie Massimino wins.
Well, it's time to turn them loose here for your micro and mini Swift drivers. It's going to be Kai Park leading us to the green flag with Jack Katowski and Wyatt Huntsbarger in row number 2, with Ming Lewis and Drew Schneider in that next top 5. Sam Hornish, and then you have Heyman, Wren, and Nystrom rounding out your 9-cart field here as we get set for another 10 minutes plus 2 laps of action here with our final 3 races of the day. Uh-oh, looks like Sean's getting after him a little bit. Tell him, hey, slow it down. You're going a little too fast into the tram line. Let's get ourselves ready for a great race here in your micro and mini Swift category. Into the tram line, we get the green light, and away we go. Kai Parking Company already gets a great jump. Katowski drops back to second with Huntsbarger trying to do so, but here comes Katowski to lead the charge.
What's the response from Kai Parker here earlier on as we go into turn number 3? We'll jam that 182 all the way around the outside, tries to carry the momentum, but not enough. Here comes the magic of Wyatt Huntsbarger, the championship rival to Katowski. Drew Schneider waiting in the wings just behind, but nobody able to touch Katowski to get things started. Goes down low to defend. Here comes Parker trying to hold that line to go outside as we work through the fishhook for the first time. Parker staying in the shadows of Katowski for the time being. And we've seen these moves across the stripe in the pre-final. We'll see it again. Parker down low alongside the tram line. They'll go 2 abreast going into turn number 1. Katowski keeping that throttle glued and able to carry that momentum. Katowski going to try to do the same through turn number 2. Cannot get it done. What a duel at the front.
Great fight amongst the field of drivers here as Park and Katowski continue to try and hold on. Here comes Katowski and Park. Park takes over the race lead right there with a brilliant pass around his TKG Burrell Art teammate.
Far from over. We're just 90 seconds in here for the mini micro final, and Wyatt Huntsbarger right into the mix there in that magic 3 machine. The green suit of Schneider waiting as well. Here comes Katowski again as Parker tries to make a move back. Unable to get it done. Now Sam Hornish enters the mix. We're almost going to go 2 wide again here across the line. I think we are. Not just yet, as now Katowski forces Parker to go the long way around. And we'll stay status quo going into turn 2 for the first time in what feels like all day in this division.
Absolutely. Normally, we kind of already know how it's going to play out, what we saw here from yesterday and in the pre-final this afternoon already. So it's now kind of interesting to see everyone's starting to tighten back up as Huntsbarger wants to try to go for a run and take the fight to Jack Katowski as they climb up the hill. Drew Schneider also, as here they go around the outside. Kai Park will try to make it work. Can't do so. He'll now tuck back in line as they go 2 by 2 a little further back. But here comes the driver of Huntsbarger and Drew Schneider wanting to go for a fight to challenge their competitors in their respective classes.
Still good pressure from Park, who again carries that momentum. And you bet we're going to go 2 wide again here Park down low. Katowski still brave and bold on the outside, but won't pay off as the 182 of Kai Park will work his way back to the front of the field. Gets the fastest lap that time by 2, a 55.618.
Field now works their way around the circuit here, and here they come back to the inside. Katowski goes and tries to cross. Yep, he makes the pass, but how about Huntsberger? He wants to try to go for a run here and get around Kai Park. He does so and sets his sight on his rival in the running of Jack Katowski. He wants to have a shot of trying to stop the domination that Jack Katowski has had here in the micro category.
Drew Schneider is right there as well. First time we haven't seen Katowski at the front of the field. We're 2x2 coming across the stripe as Schneider tries to go for the late apex to launch to the inside of Schneider, or excuse me, to the inside of Katowski, not able to get there.
Absolutely, he is struggling now as we watch Drew Schneider closing in on Kai Park. He wants to try and challenge for another mini Swift victory this season. As he looks to try to close the gap here, he'll get on the back bumper as here comes Kai Park, trying to see if he can get back around Huntsberger to put him in a little bit of a cushion. But how about Schneider making the run? Kai Park to the inside of Huntsberger, loses it, and this opens the door for Schneider to try to go around the outside.
Huntsberger got very wide there and was able to get it back in. And now here comes Min Lewis just behind there in the 141. Excuse me, Sam Hornish in the 141 entering this mix just behind. This is awesome for Jack Katowski. No threats from further back because they're all just scrapping with one another. So a 1.3 second gap and another best lap in the process. A 55.614, almost half a second up from Kai Park and Wyatt Huntsberger. And all that Wyatt wants to do in this mix is clear Park and get to the front of this field, try and stop that bleeding, that championship loss. He has not been able to do so all weekend long.
Watching on here as they work their way through around the circuit. Huntsberger trying to hold off Drew Schneider. This is the battle for third overall, but no battle in amongst them. Two separate classes between the two competitors as they try to keep up, but watch out for Sam Hornish. He wants a shot of going for second place in the mini Swift category. 4.5 minutes to go as they work their way around the lap traffic of Nystrom.
So big gains there for Schneider as well in the green suit. Running behind that Magic Machine. And Park starting to break away here just a little bit further up the road. Seen a lot of patience from Schneider so far this race. You could argue the same for Hornish, as they've just been biding their time, looking for the right time to make a move in front of Wyatt Huntsberger. Big puff of smoke there coming from the back of one of these carts. And we've got trouble for the 111. Big flame of smoke. That might be tire drag, actually. I saw a chunk of rubber coming off there from the 111, but something is clearly not right with the 111. More smoke coming off of that.
That's an engine about to go right there, I have to say. He's going to have to pull it over here pretty soon, and that's a tough break, but he's going to keep going as he will let Sam Hornish by as it stopped for a second. But there it goes back under braking, so it seems to be something when that's rubbing against those tires right there. We'll keep an eye on that here as he works his way around the circuit.
Yeah, I thought it was something rubbing-wise because we saw a chunk of something come off of the 111. I'm not sure if it was rubber or some kind of debris from the bumper or what have you. But that rubbing has stopped. That smoke has stopped very quickly. There was never a true loss of pace is what also stumped me because Schneider is once again glued to the bumper of Sam Hornish as they work their way in. This is where we saw that issue earlier on. 111 cart. Hard to tell, but we will just assume it's business as usual. More blue flag traffic up ahead. Brogan, Wren, and Griffith Heyman holding up Katowski and Park. Kai Park gets the purple lap this time by 54.950 and closing that gap to your race leader.
He is making the run here as they come up through the gears and work their way up through the corner. Big time run coming for Kai Park as he tries to set himself up to get back up in front of Jack Katowski. So far, though, not going to work. He's just going to push his teammate up the track a little bit, see if they can continue to pull away. They're at 2.8 seconds now ahead of Huntsberger and Hornish as we watch them here. Park to the inside, show the nose, couldn't quite do it, and as we see Katowski shut the door on him, and now Park is going to try to go and get some bigger arcs in the corner, build up that momentum to make the run as we drop back to Huntsberger, and now drag race to the start-finish line, under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Nearly contact between the two heading into turn number 1. Felt like a bogged launch for Katowski, and that's what gave Park the opportunity. He went shallow to try and defend down low. It was the shorter line, but again, Kai Park able to roll all of that momentum on the outside. Wyatt Huntsberger, Sam Hornish, and Drew Schneider still going at it just a little bit further back into your picture, but it's all eyes out in front as Kai Park and Jack Katowski go at it with a minute to go on the clock. Look at Katowski trying to defend down low. Park trying to go around the outside. Are we going to see that dive into the peak of the fish hook? Not yet. What a battle it's been all Sunday long between these two.
Field now works their way through side-by-side battle for the race lead as they make a drag race down to the start-finish line. Kai Park and Katowski as they work their way around the circuit, and it will be Katowski who holds on to the race lead.
Further back, a good scrap. They were side-by-side as well. Hornish, Schneider, and Huntsberger as Hornish and Schneider continue to try working out that podium. But it's been some really good defense here from Kai Park. It's been all about momentum management, hitting your apexes in the high speed and in the low speed, trying to maximize where you're putting your cart and where you're carrying that speed. And we see that with Park trying to roll on the outside, but Katowski jams it where the sun doesn't shine and is able to get that 92 back to the point.
Field now works their way out of the final corner to get 2 laps to go for Park and Katowski. Huntsberger trying to see what he can do if he can hold off Hornish and Drew Schneider as those three battle it out, but Katowski holds on for just 0.2 of a second ahead as Sam Hornish moves up to P3.
That's a battle we've missed, but it's been a doghouse further back in 3rd and 4th. But it's been an impressive drive for Sam Hornish, a guy who didn't get to stay in on the podium yesterday. Try as he might, could have a great opportunity right now fending off from Huntsberger. Low to defend right now on the exit, middle of the track for Park. Here comes Katowski with a peek to the inside, now outside. Through turn number 9. Lap traffic up ahead, the 77, the Car Republic machine is really helping gain that gap. Here comes Katowski again. Late lunge on the inside of turn number 11, and he'll see the white flag out in front. Still some extra pace, though, for Kai Park as they'll go side by side to the white flag.
Great battling here amongst multi-class racing in your micro and mini Swift category as Kai Park will try to hold off and find his way back around Katowski in the closing laps. Katowski goes defensive on the bottom, but Kai Park looks to try to see if he can work his way around the outside of the racetrack. So far, not going to work as they come out, and he actually loses a little bit of time as we see Katowski go a little bit too wide off of that turn 4. Here comes the run from Kai Park.
Middle of the track once again. Park with the momentum on the high side. Katowski trying to push him up as high as possible. No lane open on the inside unless you're Kai Park with a big lunge to the inside. Flips the script on the inside of the final point of the fishhook. It's a nuclear move for Kai Park as he'll try and get this at the buzzer. Not out of the woods yet. Who's got more ponies in the run to the line? Katowski to the line. He'll take it.
Great fight there between Katowski and Kai Park to see who would win overall, but They're both your winners in their respective classes. How about Huntsbarger to wrap up in second in the podium? And then for your podium finishers in the Mini Swift, it's Sam Hornish and Drew Schneider. And then, of course, we're waiting for Heyman and Wren to come around to see who will finish in third in the Micro Swift category. Here they come out of the final corner. It looks like Heyman will come out and be your third place finisher in the Micro division.
Been phenomenal micro mini battles all day long, and it reached an absolute pinnacle there. And it was 2 class winners respectively, but those guys wanted that win outright, no matter what. Katowski barely over Park. Pair of KA100 finals here to cap off our day, cap off our weekend. KA Juniors next. Here from Cincy. Stay with us.
Well, it's time to get set to go racing here today for your final KA Junior event of the weekend. It's Nico Katowski and Ben Gleverman on the front row. Homer Heyman as well also in the hunt, followed by Lash and Alex Kutcher in the top 5. Adler Klein, Lila Beck, and then William Richard and Caleb Kurscone will round out your 10-part field here in your 2 KA Junior category as they get themselves set and ready to go racing here with us here today. 2 more races, and this will conclude the action at the Pro-Am Karting Championship, round number 6 for the 2025 season. As they work their way out of the final corner, it is time to go racing here in KA Junior. Katowski, Gleverman will lead us to the green flag here as they enter into the start zone. So far, so good. Everyone lined up 2 by 2 into the tram line. Let's see who gets the green flag jump on the start of the race as they enter into the box. Green flag is out, and already Katowski and Gleverman side by side. Katowski takes over the race lead as he looks his way down to the bottom of the racetrack and will make his way through. Robert Lash jumps up to P2. Here comes Alex Kutcher with a run for P3.
Watch it, Heyman in the teal helmet there, the 834 getting some big gains as well. He'll lead the orange helmet of Robbie coming out of the inner loop. Good start there for the Burrell, the 834. And Gleberman out into the open blue. And the major Crimson Tide heading through the fishhook.
Everyone makes their way through here as we watch Ski of Red with the Burrell Art Machines coming through around the circuit as Gleberman is going to slot back into that second position. Nico Katowski leads the charge. Heyman following suit as we watch the rest of the field. Lila Beck also picking up a couple of spots here in the start of the opening lap in your KA Junior category as we watch Heyman and Gleberman battle for second.
Nico Katowski just watched his brother win an absolute Hollywood finish in the Mini Micro multi-class final. And he wants to do the same, maybe in a little bit more of a dominant fashion. Already 7/10 the gap between himself and Heyman in P2. Ben Gleberman looking for a move potentially coming into turn number 9. Heyman did not want that gap to be open though, so he went middle of the racetrack and sacrificed a little bit of delta to keep that door shut. Back to the line. Felt like on track they've kept the time at bay, but it's another purple lap from Nico Katowski, a 51.738. It's another 0.2 up and a gap separating Katowski from Heyman.
Absolutely, as we watch the field work their way through, Katowski trying to hold on the competition with a second lead. Ben Gleberman putting the pressure on Homer Heyman as he looks to the inside and cannot find his opening he needs to try and chase down your competitors as they work their way up through the top of the hill and now start to space out once again here in the opening stages. Alex Pitcher leads that second group behind with Beck and Klein in
Actually just snatched the lead of that from Beck in the 811. Just barely missed that off track as they work their way back onto the front straightaway to complete lap number 3. Gleberman with another bit of a peek to the inside, not necessarily making moves, just trying to spook Heyman and try and force a mistake there in the 834. No crack yet, but another purple lap from Katowski and another 10th of difference added there between first and second.
Big time run coming right here from the driver of Ben Gleberman as he puts more pressure on Homer Heyman as they work their way out of the final couple of corners here up to the top of the hill. He'll look down to the bottom. Will he try to send it in and into the corner? No, not close enough to make anything work. He'll hold position here as they work their way through the fishhook.
Big dive there from the 811 of Beck trying to make a move on Klein. It's just so hard to try and get the switch back there, so narrow and tight. You've got to keep it tidy. Any cross lines can mean major collision. So it's very hard to make a move really stick, especially if you're trying the outside there into turn number 8. What about Ben Gleberman? He's continuing to look for a way around Homer Heyman. No move just yet, though.
Keeping an eye here on the field as they work their way through. Gleberman seeing if he can put more pressure to find his way back around Homer Heyman for the second position. Not able to make it stick here as they work their way through the fishhook. Watching on as well, Robert Lash and Kutcher trying to also see what they can do as those two will battle it out.
If anyone had a rental transponder, please turn around to sales. If you had a rental transponder, please turn around to sales.
Big time run here for Gleberman as he tries to put the pressure on, trying to look around the inside. Can't quite find the opening for him as he is just stuck right now behind Homer Heyman with 5.5 minutes to go. Beautiful drive. It's now time, I think, for him to just settle in, cool off the tires, wait for that opportunity to really put on a great performance between the two of them and make his run as we watch a little further back between Robert Lash and Alex Kutcher battling for the 4th spot.
Robert Lash trying to battle his way back onto the podium after a strong pre-final, lost a handful of positions in that pre-final, unfortunately, and has been trying to work his way to the front. He's now unfortunately defending from Alex Kutcher just behind, as we see, once again, Ben Gleberman walked right in. Thought about a move maybe to the inside there, but backed out of it, and Kutcher trying to do the same to Robert Lash as Alex watching his dad and his uncle go at it earlier on in the KAs as well, trying to mimic that blistering speed.
Blistering speed indeed coming into place here for the Kutcher as we watch him try to see if he can have a shot of a strong finish here in the closing stages of the race right now as we watch them work their way up through the field. And so far, it is going to be holding on for the time being. Kutcher trying every which way he can to get around Robert Lash. As Lash gets a little bit loose right there, this could open the door for Kutcher to get into 4th as they come out of turn 12.
Handful of personal best laps that last time by, but it doesn't matter. New lap record for Nico Katowski of 51.078. And now up to a 2.2 second gap. No draft, no problem for Nico, who's got something dialed in that 892.
He certainly does as we watch him work his way through. Homer Heyman now just settled down in 2 seconds back as we watch Robert Lash and company try to work their way through. Ben Gleberman really trying to put the pressure on, but I think right now it's just a matter of just still settling in. You gotta still wait for that opportunity as we watch the Nitro Kart try to find his way through.
We've seen Ben Gleberman a couple of times in our platform, ran in USPKS, formerly in the Mini Swifts, and more recently in the KAs. Stars Championship has ran in Queen City and in Earthquake, running the KA Juniors. But we talk about a flair for the dramatic. Look no further than the guy behind the wheel, the 863, who again has not made a move yet, but has just been putting the pressure on Homer in that teal helmet.
He is certainly trying to put the pressure on indeed here as Katowski continues to set personal lap time after personal best and track records here with under 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go amongst the competitors. There you see Katowski currently with just about a 3-second lead over Heyman and company as they work their way across the line. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Trying to figure out what was on the helmet there for Heyman. It looked like Michelin Man is not the right thing to say, but some kind of like outline of a person. It looks like very cool pattern as well for Katowski here. Rocking the green visor. Going down the back straightaway. And this is picking up on the dominance he has had all weekend long. Triple duty for Nico in the 206s, the shifters, and now in the KAs. As just a little bit further back, Lash and Kuchar start to spread out just a little bit. And unfortunately, Lila Beck does not have a battle buddy right now. Not a lot of help in terms of moving forward. Just over a minute to go here in the KA100 Jr Final.
And he's just going to have to just settle in here, and I think we're just going to have to keep an eye on this battle between Heyman and Gleberman for the final 2 steps of the podium, because this is the race to watch. Lash trying to close in with Kuchar right there in hot pursuit, but I think it might be too little too late as they come up to the top of the hill. It will be 3 laps to go for your leaders as they come around to cross the line here. And so far, Gleberman just trying to find his opening. Kuchar does get around Lash for 4th position. Great pass right there we saw on the back of the screen for Kuchar.
Good stuff there from the white bumper. And the top of the helmet saying, stay in line. We can potentially fight for a podium here. If we work together, it'll be close on time. But with teamwork and no limiter, it's definitely possible. Heyman still fending off from Gleberman, hugging the inside line. And again, he's had the past 10 minutes to study the line of the 834 and try and find the right time to strike. It was a little bit shallow going into turn number 8. Trying to run as short of a racing line as possible, but still not able to find the momentum to get side by side. Back on the bumper, it's 2 laps to go. Katowski and Heyman and Gleberman rounding out your podium, but our last 2 spots are not gimmies yet.
No, they are certainly not, as Kuchar and Lash will battle it out once again for the 4th position behind them as they work their way into turn 3 and 4. Already, Heyman doing everything he can, parking the cart in the right position to keep Gleberman behind him for the time being as they work their way up towards the top of the hill. Once again, they have 1 more lap to make it work as they try to work their way down to the bottom into Fishhook. So far, it is coming for the white flag. 1 more time around for Nico Katowski with currently a 4-second advantage over Heyman and Gleberman as he takes the white flag.
1 lap and 12 clean corners to go for Nico Katowski. 4.5 seconds to the back. And further back, looks like we missed another overtake with Lash taking that spot back from Kuchar. But what a weekend it has been for the Katowskis. Younger Jack dominating in the mini and micro split heat. You look at Nico, who's done so well learning the junior shifters and has gone back over to the KAs and has been simply dominant. Not just today, but yesterday. Out of the corners. Out of turn 12 for the final time. Checkered flag is out. It's a Burrell day. It's a Katowski day. Nico Katowski takes it in KA100 Jr. And we missed Ben Gleberman at the last minute, able to take P2 from Homer Heyman, Kuchar and Lash, rounding out your top 5.
A great drive right there for Ben Gleberman to pull out the last lap pass there to get around Homer Heyman for a second place finish, and Kuchar to beat Lash to the line for a 4th place. Great drives for some of our young future superstars in the KA Juniors. But now it's time for the final race, KA Senior, next here on Kart Chaser.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
It is time for the final race of the day. It is going to be one full of excitement. It is your KA Senior. On the pole, it is going to be Tyler Prestel alongside Addison Iannello leading us to the front row. Degenhart and Steele will lead us in row 2. Klein and Maker in row 3, with Heber and Miller in row 4. Rounding out the rest of our field as Gary, Batshun, Hambrick, Degenhart, Steimel, and Erickson working their way through around the field. And there's another look at your running order. A couple of drivers having to move things around and get themselves ready to go racing for the last 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Who will come out on top with this effort here in the KA100 Senior? Everyone's looking to see if Addison Iannello can sweep both senior categories in the weekend, or will something else make different use of it as they come out of the final corner? It's time for the big show. KA100 Seniors for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. Out of the final corner, we're going to be seeing some excitement here as they come through. It's Lando Norris versus Cosmic versus Burrell Art at the front of the field, and a Magic Kart.
Trying to go 4 for 4. Iannello on the outside in that Lando Norris chassis. Cosmic on the inside. Unproven pace from Prestel. Are we going to see absolute domination? Let's find out. Let's go racing in the KA100 Sr Final. Iannello able to carry all of that momentum on the outside. Muller trying to go with her. Sweeps the nose of Prestel on the inside, and it's an immediate 2-kart breakaway. A little bit more pressure further back as it looks like Steele and Maker try to make their way to the front of the field. What a start!
Great start to kick off the action as one couple of karts go off into the grass. Heber and company now trying to jockey themselves through position as one kart almost clips the curb a little too much, goes for a little bit of a wild ride, gathers it back up, and continues on his way as we watch Addison Iannello and Tyler Prestel leading the charge through the first couple of corners. Prestel drops back to P3. Degenhart should be in second by the looks of our timing and scoring as they come out of the final corner to put the first lap on the board. And here we go. Addison Iannello leads the charge, and championship leader Will Steele sits in second.
What's the strat gonna be for Will Steele? Is it apply pressure early or sit back and let Iannello lead them and give them a chance to break away? It's already looking good against Prestel. And there was some major issues further back for Miller. That's who we saw get a little bit of airtime just hopping off of the corner of someone else. They've rejoined back in 8th behind Miller. As we've got one car, big trouble, off into the barriers. One of the Burrells, it's the 9-12, and it's Max Klein into the wall.
tough break there for Max Klein, and that will end his day here today at MCC as we see them all gaggle back up as they try to work their way through. But Max Klein out of today's competition, as now it will move Degenhardt up to P4, as now here comes the pass to the inside. Ryan Miller and Muller will now do battle and work their way through to continue on with the charge to hunt down your top three.
That's power of friendship there. Muller pushing Miller on the inside there, Miller pushing Muller to get to the inside of Deegan in that magic machine. And you look just a little bit further up the road, Prestel kind of in no man's land right now, but he's got that pace to catch those two. A purple lap last time by with a 51.906. He is right there. Thank goodness that of Oak isn't totally demolished, and Max Klein is able to get out and talk to the marshals. It appears that he is okay, but we'll get you more information as soon as we have it. About to finish lap number 3, and Tyler Prestel with another purple lap is right there. Logan Muller, though, is leading that freight train just behind to him.
Muller doing everything that he can to try to see if he can close the gap to your top 3 as he sets the pace here. He's now behind by about 2 seconds as Will Steele just now setting in for points run. He wants to try to see if he can help Aniston Iannello pull away, make it a 2-horse race. Don't want to push the envelope to bring in everybody else and make it about a 10-car race. Big trouble for Muller. He gets in the grass, loses it, but gathers it back up. An incredible save for him as here comes Deegan and Miller as they barrel down onto him as they come through the fishhook.
Dropped that tire and had that front left pointing at the sky, was full opposite lock, and is still tapping his head saying, hey, this is still the game plan. We're still trying to move to the front together. Magic Kart of Wyatt Deegan glued to the bumper of Muller, and despite that mistake has regained full song. They've got a lot of work ahead of them, though, with a 2-second gap to Prestel, Steele, and Iannello.
And here comes Prestel with a big run. He's trying to see if he can set himself up to get around Addison Iannello here as they make some adjustments over there by the barrier as they come up the hill. And into the braking zone they will go. Addison Iannello talking about going, showing the nose. Same with Tyler Prestel as they go with a little bit of a wider arc into the corner as Will Steele holds on to the race lead. Beautiful pass to make that spot happen as he leads us here onto the front straightaway.
What's that gap looking like for Muller to the remainder of the pack? Was 2.5 last time by. That gap is narrowing, 2.2, and the purple lap going to Wyatt Deegan. Teamwork is the dream work from 4th, 5th, and 6th, and that gap is slowly being chipped away. Prestel, though, still looking for a move here as we've got a new leader. Will Steele works his way to the inside of Iannello and will be at the sharp end for the first time today. Your championship leader out in front in KA100 Sr.
KA100 Sr drivers were now working their way through as Addison Iannello looking to try to just stay tucked behind, not want to burn the equipment off too early. Tyler Prestel also trying to hold strong here as they work their way around the circuit out of the final corner. Let's see what the gap is between Muller and Deegan to your top 3 as they cross the line. Muller drops another 0.6 of a second as he is now 1.2 and closing on your top 3. Incredible drive we're seeing here from Muller.
Pressure further back there as this is Rush Gary trying to make a move on Ryan Miller. And it is just a little bit of a 2-kart breakaway further up. Gary tried the outside there going into turn number 7. We'll try a late apex and launch. As just behind, Action tries to do the same on Heber. Great battles no matter where you look here. With 4 laps to go, a little bit of contact there with Heber getting into the back of Miller. This is the scruff for P6.
And the gap is continuing to close as we watch that battle for P6. It's now down to half a second now between Prestel and Muller as Braden Heber trying to see what he can do as he sits P9. He struggled quite a bit here on that opening lap as he tries to fight his way back up into the top 5.
A little bit of a bobble there from Miller. Almost gave an opportunity there for Gary. And in the blink of an eye, enter Logan Muller. What a recovery drive for him to work his way back into this mix. It's a whole new ball game with 3 minutes to go in the final. But nobody wants to make a move just yet. Everybody biding their time. But the more this train gains size up the front, it's giving an opportunity. It can only get slower in the tighter technical sections. And now this will give Wyatt Deegan an opportunity to snowball into this as well. Iannello with a little bit of a peek to the outside going into turn number 4, but still no movement. They know any potential moves could check up big time. Muller doesn't care. He throws it to the inside and snatches P3 from Tyler Prestel, excuse me.
There comes the pass for the race lead as Addison Iannello gets around Will Steele. She feels the pressure coming from Muller, and Muller's going to follow. Try to see if he can stick the nose to the inside. Wow. Gets around Will Steele. Beautiful pass as he gives the signal. Hey, be smart. Let's work together. Let's go chase down Addison to go for the race lead as Tyler Prestel thinks better of it. He wants to get around Will Steele for the third and does so. Completes the pass as they make the run over to turn 2. Great fighting amongst your top 4 competitors, but this is bringing in Deegan in the hunt as he's starting to close up the gap. In fact, was a second faster than everyone. New pass for the race lead as Muller takes over away from Addison Iannello.
Muller back to the lead for the first time in a tap of the helmet saying, don't even think about trying to make that move back. We're going out to the front, and it's going to be an absolute rematch, a perfect rematch of how we ended things yesterday. 90 seconds to go. We'll do it 2 more times around when this hits 0. Muller trying to lead Iannello to the front, but Prestel and Steele not giving an inch away.
Watching on to see how this all plays out amongst them, and it looks like Iannello's starting to dip back a little bit. She was about half a second slower than Muller last time by, and Prestel's starting to close back in to see if he can go and challenge for position. He's got the pace. Does he have the time, though, with a minute to go as they make the run up to the top of the hill? Will Steele, I think, is just settling in, realizing these are some drivers that he's not really competing in the championship for. Just get the points, make sure with only 2 races left after today, if he keeps it clean next week or in a couple of months, he is your champion by the looks of it, as we watch Iannello go a little bit wide along with Steele. That gives plenty of room for Muller with 30 seconds to go.
See if we get any moves here. With 30 seconds on the clock, it's looking like it's getting dicey further back, though. Michael Maker losing a spot to Brandon Heber as he tries to work his way forward. And now the front 5 start to dilute just a little bit. I think they're trying to do that NASCAR-style draft launch you were talking about earlier, Taylor. Carry as much momentum further back to make that move. And Steele might be the first one right now. He's looking racy and had a little bit of a peak there going through turn number 7, working down the back straightaway with 2 laps to go next time by. Further back, Miller fending from Gary and Heber. A little bit wide for Miller, no move there from Gary. As Maker and Batshone work their way back into the mix. Twin sticks are out for Logan Muller.
Logan Muller doing everything he can, just has to hit his marks to make it work for him around the circuit as they come up through turn 3 and 4. As we watch the battle further back with Rush Gary, Braden Heber, as well as Ryan Miller leading the charge in 6 on back. Heber trying to close up to Rush Gary here, but cannot find the run he needs to make the pass stick as Miller holds strong in 6th position. Back up at the front of the field right now, Muller just has to hit his marks. Beautiful drive right here as he'll come to take the white flag one more time around.
Feels like this is the most spread out the field has been all day, and Muller starting to pedal his way into the lead. White flag is out, and Logan Miller trying to get the one that got away 24 hours ago. Iannello with all she can muster, trying to close that gap as well, but one car in the wall, it's the 911, and it's Marcus Batshone.
Tough break there for Marcus Batchoon as he will not finish the race. As we go back up to the front of the field, they come out of the crossover section as they approach up here to the top of the hill. Logan Mueller is looking to try to capitalize and take home his first career win of the season in the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. Addison Ionello, great effort from her today to come home. 3 wins in 2 different classes, but it's not going to work out for her this time. Logan Mueller will win here in the TKG Burrell Art at the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship with a 1 finger up. He is your winner in KA Senior. As we watch the rest of the field, Deegan will round out your top 5 as Miller. Heber gets around Gary for 7th, and that will round up your top 9 as Degenhart will round out your top 10. Great racing all throughout the day today. Jackson, I'm going to come to you right quick for final thoughts.
Phenomenal driving. A great mix of close contest in some spots, domination in others. A phenomenal weekend for Addison Ionello and Logan Miller, able to get that one that finally got away. Don't want to call it a lukewarm finish because we saw some great drives from the back. Tyler Prestel, Wyatt Deegan. But I mean, even some places where we saw some smaller fields, it was a phenomenal day of racing.
Absolutely. Of course, you can catch more action here on Kart Chaser with the Route 66 Sprint Series still going on. And of course, the next time we'll be back on Kart Chaser, well, that will be on August 29th through the 31st for the IAME USA Grand Nationals at Trackhouse Motorplex. The next time you'll see us here for the Pro-Am Karting Championship at the MCC, October 4th and the 5th for Kartoween. For, of course, our entire Kart Chaser crew out at MCC, for Jackson Lambros, I'm Taylor Burris. Thank you for tuning in live on Kart Chaser.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.